you been? Been searching all along. Came facing twilight on and on, without a clue, without a sign, without grasping yet the real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter at Poe's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, what else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark. Of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I find an empty glass, reflecting the sad truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need the mask. I'm a shapeshifter at Poe's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me, just a cage of bones, there's nothing inside. Masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Alrighty. Whoa. Let me turn that down. Howdy do. There we go. So I swear I've done this. I've done an intro to stream enough times. I'm kind of doing a bit off on the fly here. I was not prepared, really. I wasn't planning on streaming. I didn't feel like it. Then I logged into the game and I was like, man, I wanna do more story. So here we are. Now we're streaming. I had a quick bun there to tide me over, and hot pretzel bun with butter, and I made myself a coffee because I didn't actually have a coffee this morning because we were rushed out of the house. We were doing a bit of Christmas shopping, and I did super mad. I was super mad earlier. Let me put my stupid face up on screen. Hello. Super mad earlier because I was dealing with Dublin bus, and we were at a bus stop where a bus would go, and indeed buses did go by and stop at that stop, but not the bus we needed. The bus which was a particular route. Turns out that bus didn't stop there anymore. It stopped around the corner. In fact, it didn't go down that road at all. It just stopped around the corner and drove by that way. And there was nothing on this stop to tell us that. There was nothing on the real-time applications and stuff, the things that tell us, you know, if the bus is coming along here. They still said that it was coming, though there was some warning on it, but we couldn't click the warning to actually tell us any further information. And there was no information on the Dublin Bus website. So that was great. Fucking God. And then the bus I was getting back home was an every 15-minute bus, and it took half an hour for it to arrive, which means the one that I was there for didn't arrive, the one 15 minutes after didn't arrive, but the one 15 minutes after that did arrive. So I was a little pissy. Understandably, I think. No wonder everyone in this country has cars and nobody wants to use public transport because it's all really not that great. And I've been to other countries, and I can tell you, your public transport in every other country I've been to has been so much nicer. Poland's been easier. London was easier. Germany, Berlin was easier. Everything was easier everywhere. I'm like maybe there's some other cities in other countries that aren't as great, but big cities we've been to in other countries, and for the record, Dublin is basically the only big city in Ireland. It's the biggest city in Ireland, though the bar is quite low for Ireland, to be fair. It has garbage transport. And it's just traffic jams. I hate it. Anyway, hi. Guess where we are? Everything's about to go horribly wrong in the video game today. We get to experience that. So that's going to be fun. Oh, also, I woke up this morning, logged in to this game, left the house, and came back 4 or 5 hours later and was still 400 places in queue off logging in. So quite well timed as well. But yeah, I also have the music playing here because the in-game music right now is nothing but anxiety music. I didn't want to sit here for it's take me 20 minutes to fucking start the stream. I apologize, that's very slow of me. I didn't want to sit here for 20 minutes listening to this song. I don't think my heart would take it. Anyway, Six Echo, it's good to see you. How you doing? I hope you're keeping well. I don't know how ready I am for this. Let me finish my coffee, maybe. Ooh, check it out though. I'm glammed up at the moment, but I have basically the full Palika set for Paladin, which looks quite... I think it's pretty good looking overall. And I also have the full Palika set for Sage, which comes with these very cool looking funnels. I really dig these, like little peacock feathers for around you. I think this is a great design for them. I was looking up. I went to the market board and seen what was there, and was honestly pretty unimpressed by a lot of them. But having looked up what's available from dungeons, there is some very cool stuff. I think if you want Sage fashion, you're gonna need to spam some dungeons, unfortunately. And I didn't get this until I'd literally gotten one of every other piece of gear. This was the last thing to drop, unfortunately. But they are pretty freaking cool, and I do like them. I like the healer garb as well in general. I think it looks great. I think it's gonna dye. It's gonna look really well dyed as well. Okay, but we're a paladin. We're dressed appropriately for the occasion. Logic escapes me. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So last we were here, bad jank Hermes time. Meteon, bad. Everything bad. There we go. That's the whole report. God, I don't know. I'm assuming 4th dungeon is gonna be upcoming soon, but I don't know how we do it from here. I'd imagine we'd either something's gonna happen and we're gonna summon people in ourselves, or we're gonna go back to our time. I'm really not sure how that's gonna work. Oh, and I was chatting after going to Skelly's stream last night. We're chatting a bit about Final Fantasy 14, and just talking about some of the shit in Final Fantasy 14 is like, the game has its things that can be criticized, but like still talking about it, so like it's just so fucking good. It's like the game jumps from like, wow, this is literally the greatest shit in the world, to okay, right, I guess I'm just doing some fetch quests for a little bit, and but the great parts are really just fucking all worth it, all the way down. Okay. Caging the messenger. Yeah, this is our main quest for gating this area as well. I do wonder. I've gotten the quests. I went and picked up all the blue quests for getting the other 8th occurrence, and I've actually picked up most of the 8th occurrence, I think. But I haven't done them yet, but I'll do them so far. Hermes is headed to oh god, I can't. Deep breath. Hermes is headed to Catesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of the palace, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely appeared at the uppermost point of the facility, so do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard the star that takes precedence over any personal stakes in the matter. Venan? Toasty? It's clear we stand on a precipice. We've yet to determine beyond the shadow of a doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we're to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed in all accounts. To Catesis Hyperborea we go. That was a weird... I guess, yeah, just teleporting me for convenience's sake. Sure, I mean, I'll take it. Kind of an odd teleport, but yeah. I mislike the look of this. Mislike Excuse me? Judging from the crowd, something is afoot. I saw naught out of the ordinary. Does anyone know what caused it? Oh. Everyone's a little... Oh, okay. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mistress Fina, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarms has sounded and Catesis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and we must enter the premises regardless. Said, if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he's seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. A little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Yeah, you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You only do make the most of your strengths, and I will fill in the gaps as required. I was once a Zim, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emet-Selch, can impress us with your arcane majesty. You lob potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel the power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Eh? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent, that should cover us on all fronts. Oh, is it a dungeon? Is it a party thing? Your tale led us here, Toasty, so 'tis only right you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Thesis Hyperborea now available? Yep. Oh shit. Oh man. Bleak as the contents of Meteon's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was too distant heavens he looked to for the means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, the imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destructions, warts and all. From the moment we met you, our visit has developed into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of this, I have gained one useful thing, an awareness of Dynamis. To think that a power of the potential to corrupt ether had largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the facts underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So understand that I act not for the sake of your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Meteon, and that, if that now means Hermes as well, then so be it. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. Hey, Bebo, how you doing? Put it simply, Catesis Hyperborea contains a multitude of vast spaces linked together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even a grand structure might otherwise suggest. But even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you. Not with Vanat and Emet-Selch on your side. And I'll be there too, of course, cheering you on. I'm legitimately thinking, do I want to, like, it's a dungeon. It's a dungeon. We can queue for it, you know? Y'all can join me too. I kind of want to do. I honestly kind of want to do it with Venat, Hytladeus, and Emmet. Like, yeah, everyone has done this as a trust. Yeah, it seems like it's too perfect. It feels like it's way too fucking perfect. Yeah, if everyone's in agreement, then so it shall be. Soulseer, the all-rounder, the third seat.
Come, let us be off. Come, let us be off.
Let's get this over with.
Can scarcely contain my excitement.
Let's get this over with.
Come, let us come. Let come. Let come. Let us be. Come. Let us be. Come. Let us come. Let us become.
Let us come. There we go. Excellent. I'm guessing if these two, Emmet and Venat are all rounders. So if you're a different thing, they'll change to tank and healer as appropriate. Let us become.
Come, let us be off. 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 Come, let us be off.
Okay, I'll stop now. Oh shit! Oh, straight away. Okay. I mean, I guess yeah. I'm not queuing. Of course, it's every locale in one. Will they have voice lines, or will it just be dialogue boxes for them for this? So the music. Also, oh man, I wonder what gear. The MC is determined to protect Meteon. How right bothered this is going to be. Oh, I wanted to. Oh, we can, and I'm doing it as a trust, so I can actually stop and, read shit. Oh shit. Emmet was a DR cave you're run? Disgusting. Ugh. Oh, Hytladeus is a bard. Emmet a black mage, that makes sense, and Venat a healer. Bingen. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is beneficial to existence to the star? Wonder no more, for our Catesis Hybora, our mission is to determine the answer. For temperate plains to tropical jungles, smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creations to the proof in a wide variety of meticulously recreated environments. Will your creation be able to survive in the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answer to such questions and more, our highly trained staff will uncover. The more we learn about the ancients and their ways, the more it seems like it's just like a weird, like, I don't know, it's just fucking weird. I want to say it's like a weird 80s infomercial kind of thing. But I still got hit by that. Did they still not use AoE attacks at all? Is that still a thing? Pre-made lasagna in the oven or ordering a taco? Taco. Pre-made lasagna should only ever be a last resort. Unless it was homemade. True stone skin? What was that? I suppose these are just limited lithified flesh. Uh-oh. Bring up the... Make sure I'm having the party chat, or not the party chat, but the event chat open for this, so we can see whatever. Sadly not homemade. Yeah, that pre-made store-bought lasagna is only ever a last resort. The last resort I resort to far too often, but tacos 1000%. I actually had today. I meant to mention it. Me and Caroline went out for doing a bit of Christmas shopping. Went to some small Christmas markets. Didn't really find anything for what I needed for, but Caroline got something nice, so that's okay. But let's make our way through the frozen sphere. But we stopped at a little... Excuse me? We stopped at a little food truck stand thing, part of a little food truck courtyard kind of deal. And we had... I thought it was going to be bao buns. You know bao buns, you can get like the little that weird... It's weird kind of like sticky, puffy... dough kind of thing, and you know, you wrap stuff in it, but it wasn't actually a bao bun. It was like a bao wrap, or in fact it was like a bao taco. Now that we say it, now that I'm saying it, it was like a little bao taco bun. It was fucking delicious is what it was as well. I got pork and jazz in mine, but yeah, it was real freaking nice. Hey Dragoon, let me ban that bot real quick while I'm at it. Can I get a lahi? I'm sure we can. Yeah, I'll do it. We're only at the start of the dungeon. I'll do it here. May as well. I do need the stretch. I actually also woke up with like what felt like worked out ab muscles, which I don't know where the fuck that came from, because I'd have done literally nothing to warrant any stretching recently. So I don't know, probably in my sleep I'm accidentally fucking doing crunches. Mad crunches. I would not be surprised. What muscles? Abs. Bad. Like, I do stretch them whenever I'm like stretched on the stream, but whenever I'm stretching on stream, I do, you know, stretch out my core a bit, but not enough to actually cause any whatchamacallit, cause any muscle like soreness the next day. No, she's about to force our way. This here seems disinclined to let us pass. Okay, 1 second. I'm gonna get up and have a quick stretch, folks. Blame Dragoon. You can look. Hang on. Oh. No, no. 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 Stop. Okay, okay. I can do this. I can do this. Okay, okay, okay. Look deep into Emmett's eyes while I'm away for a moment. Okay, back in 1 second. That...
冬のラヒ I will play ラヒミュージックスタート
Okay. Oh. Just change the scene. I hope you've enjoyed the internal monologue of Emmett Selk. It's actually just Yoshi P dancing constantly inside there. Nothing else going on. Head empty. Whew. Oh, it's going down really fast. It goes a little faster in the evening. I was saying it earlier. I logged in today when I got up, went shopping, came back, and then I was logged in an hour and a bit ago. And hey, Cora as well. How you doing, dude? They don't have special like there's a line in them. I think all of them have these eyes. I think they all have these eyes just with different colors. I can't. Yeah, like hers has the. They've got like. I think they've got like 8 points on all of their eyes, going out like that. Maybe it's more than 8 points. Same for Hythildeus as well. He's got the same. I do like their eyes though. I think they're pretty cool. Logged out for the evening, feeling burnt out from all the extremes. I think that's fair. I think I've not done any yet, but I have a real fear that I'm gonna get to the extremes and all of y'all are just gonna be like, nah, I don't want to do it anymore. And I'll be like, oh, okay, I'll just run pub groups, I guess, or I'll just stream and get people to join me there. It stops you. Oh man, no 6. Now you're part of the problem. And yeah, Dragoon, weekdays early. That's your best bet. Of course not. We're gonna flex on you. Of course. I'm just gonna come in. I'm just gonna get fucking utterly carried through the extremes, where I'm gonna intentionally have to die a bunch, so y'all can suffer like it's our first try together as well. Savage is out in January. Are there any raids or alliance raids in the patch already? Sorry, not in the patch. In this update, yes. Because I was thinking about it, and I don't think the ones for Shadowbringer were actually a part of the actual storyline. Okay, Lisa. Oh, it's Lisa. Hi, Lisa. At least with them just doing nothing but single target spells, at least there's a little bit of something to it. Oh, an impressive concealment. Is it seriously trying to hide from us? I was about to say, I was like, the footsteps lead right there, so presumably it's standing behind me. I was a touch late. Icicle. Out of my way. They just literal 5-head mechanics. Which is literal 5-head mechanics? Oh, Frostbite and Seek. Oh, he went. Oh, Oh, very creative. We won't be so confused. This is a promising concept. They just fucking teleport? Really? I wonder whose it is. Just having a wee chat here. Oh?
Hope this works.
Oh. Like, yeah, they're just like, oh yeah. It's got a special. I totally missed that. I totally missed that. Did he have a special animation for it and all? It's this one again. It's not too hard. You just gotta find the one where the footsteps end. Until it turns out we're actually wrong and he's moved somewhere else. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Frozen Sphere is no longer accessible. Cathesis Mask of Fending. Ooh, hello. Oh! I can hardly not. I am the Ring Wraith. Reskinned? Is this from somewhere else? I've never seen this before. That's Hero's Gauntlet loot. Ah, okay. I must have never gotten it because I never seen it before. It didn't seem, well, we might get another, I hope we get another chance to see the limit break. Given how eager they were.
Stay away!
Right. No, I'm not using arm's length, and I probably should be, but nah, it's fine.
I see you.
Prepare yourself.
They're just having a good time, I think. I wonder, do we unlock them for other trusts after this? It'd be weird, but I'd be okay with it.
Prepare yourself.
Gotta bring his anything to go by? Sadly not. I haven't been keeping a good eye. Oh my god, look at that. God, this place is so cool. I haven't been keeping an eye out for like reading material. No Lena interests. I wish we could do. You'd be able to redo this dungeon with them? Yeah. It'd be nice to, like, you know, mix and match, I guess. Just bring them into early dungeons. I suppose they wouldn't have anything unique to say, so it wouldn't really mean for anything. And yeah, not getting Lena sucks though. Observation journal. Oh, don't mind if I do.
Have a taste.
I die for this. Let's go back this way. Huh? Okay. Keep it up. Keep it up for now.
I see you, ugly.
I'm just gonna keep going for Holy Circle. Just stack Sheltron, everything, arm's length. Oh god, damn it.
I see you, ugly.
Well, I've run out of mana, so I love hearing Reprisal go off and just all of those what you call them, damage down, those debuffs. I don't think I had any cooldowns I could have used there, did I? I think I'd used basically everything. Oh well, it's not the end of the world. I'm gonna take off the mask now because I just really ever want headgear on. I do enjoy. Oh, I adore it, but unfortunately, yeah. I wonder what went wrong. What exactly went wrong there? But yeah, there was no way of getting through that. Oh, don't tell me, did we not actually manage to kill anything extra? I thought we'd at least killed a few of them. We'll see those, we'll see with the next lot. It's pretty strange that they can't use AoE spells, especially when like a lot of AoE spells are just point and click. Like they're not even necessarily targeted. They're just target the thing and it does it. Yeah, I figure it is safer. It's just, you know, I would rather push the bounds and see what's possible. It's also a good it's a good thing for me to, like, I could have actually now that I'm thinking about it, I could have used Passage of Arms. Maybe that could have helped save me. I could have also used the tried and true method of fucking running, which I'm not usually very good at doing. Let's see, observation journal. According to Mistress Lisa, her creation is based on a concept for a bipedal wolf, and indeed is an impressive man-like in its gait. It's also highly intelligent, as is evident by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it'd be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. Must make mention of this in the next report. Apparently didn't find anything in the shops. That's a shame. I should probably tell her to get butter if she can, actually. Give me 1 second. Okay, go. There's your full kit on a big pole. It's not so great, sort of thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get you, people. Like when you do that kind of wall, you know, wall-to-wall pull, you're still, like, DPS still have to actually kill things. Like, if they don't kill things, eventually the healer will not have enough mana, eventually you will not have any mitigations, and eventually you will die. That's, like, it is a group effort by all accounts. It's just, most dungeons, it's alright. Even if I'm on level of the dungeon and not over geared, I feel like I can get away with it pretty much all the time. But maybe I'm just too professional, you know? That's not true. That's not true. Come on. Plus, yeah, it is more fun. When you're doing packs slowly like this, you're kind of just like, I know I'm gonna win this. I don't actually need to try, really. I could stop attacking here and eventually everything will die anyway, so I don't really need to worry too much about it. Technically, Vana, Hearts of Deus and Emmet don't have mana as far as I can tell. Whoa. Go. Rings of aiming. Armies, I'm warning you, stay away. Warn us all you like. Oh yeah, that was when we first entered that room. Warn us all you like. We're coming regardless. Seriously? You want to discuss his candidacy now? Wait, who said... Oh, who said... Oh man, I've missed a bunch of little bits of dialogue already. It was like, maybe find peace in the Ethereal Sea to the boss we just beat. Fucking Arianje died and Don Meg on the last boss. Yeah. Oh man. They don't know they don't... Oh, well, I suppose they don't know Raze. What manner of thinking is behind this? There truly is no accounting for taste. Lad on Lord. I didn't actually catch the fucking animations there. Dang it. Also, wait, did two of them use Limit Break at the same time there? Third breath? That should be grand.
Now, it's good to interrupt.
As in ether. The pure breath, that's fine. Missed something there.
My way.
No? Yeah, yeah, okay, I see, I understand. So here should be safe? Or not? Oh, alright, you need to look at the heads for which ones are glowing, I see. Wait, do the NPCs even AoE heal? Is that a thing? No, yeah, they do. Okay. They do AoE heal at the very least. Can you hear my brain wrinkling? Can you hear the neurons firing? The sizzle of an overworked synapse. Go. Go. Pass for Constitution, but a fail for Intelligence. This concept to be submitted. I'll be certain to reject it. Wow. The sizzle of an overworked synapse is something you want to hear. The darkest. You want to hear Wayne June? The sizzle of an overworked synapse. No, I can't do it. I can't bring forth such excellence in my voice. The sizzle of an overworked synapse. Dazed, reeling, about to break.
I cannot let you take me, Sion. Not yet.
Taking Medion, whether you like it or not. I kind of get Hermes' thing here, though. I guess. Because if the Convocation take her, she'll be probably booped away, booped out of existence. And Hermes' whole thing has been him being going, "Wow, I really don't like that we keep doing that." Not a fan, folks. Not a fan. There we go. Where are we going to? Where? Oh, hello. Oronopsis. Okay. Hey Ben, how you doing, dude? Ben, are you finished yet? Actually, Ben. I mean, I remember seeing your stream title the other day. I think you were about here a couple days ago. Folks who don't know, Ben also streams this. If you ever want to get some more Final Fantasy content, which I'm pretty sure everyone is already absolutely fucking stuffed with. But you know, I can't wait to get to watch other people do some shit. I wonder if Dave will stream any extremes or anything like that. That'd be pretty neat. And I'll actually, oh my god, I'll be finished an expansion when other people are also finished the expansion. That's gonna be wild. I mean, I'm already behind, but like, I'm not years behind, I'm days behind. It's a big difference. Oh. Lurk is at bed. Hello, leader. Enjoy your lurk. Week behind. We're still in the days scale, as opposed to the years scale. And yeah, the final stretch, which will probably take a whole last week to do, is right in front of me. In before I like ace the next part of my job interviews, and then they just like give me the job straight away, and it's like, all right, now you start working on the 14th, and I'm like, oh god, oh no, and we just postpone this till after Christmas, basically. That would be the worst.
I see you.
Go. Ah, you motherfucker. Let's go for the standard combo.
I see you.
These two birds are like perfectly synchronized gangbanging me. Okay, they've stopped now. He had to stop to blow his whole load. The final days, so to speak. Oh, I see what you did there.
I'm not entirely
Come on. Oh, Hamitzelk said, enough is enough, Hermes. Aitodeus said, stubbornness can be a virtue, but this is a little excessive. Stubbornness can be a virtue applied correctly. Actually, you know, it's probably the better way to phrase it. Applying stubbornness correctly is a virtue. The successful creation of migratory birds who travel between continents with the seasons came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant the creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital to their survival. That came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by the incumbent Fandaniel during his tenure as chief overseer of Elpis. A truly inspired idea that has brought lasting benefits to the star. There is a good question though, like with all of this, oh hello, with all of this that they're making, what's their goal at the end? Are they just creating for the sake of creation? Winged Defiance. Hermes, hi, how you doing?
So, it comes to this.
There's Medion in the background too.
I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
Guessing you can get his staff for yourself as well. That seems like a very classic white mage or black mage staff, perhaps. and protect Meteor, he'd go so far as to transform. So far as to make himself a villain.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and gale, gather to me.
Oh, that's literally the Staff of Hermes, really? I didn't realize there was like a known thing. I suppose, wait, that is the...
Unleash your power.
Feel like I want to stand... Yeah.
Dust and wind, pierce my throne.
Accidentally activated like 2 of my mitigations. Cool. That's good plan. Universal, it's the yeah, okay. So I wasn't crazy. All right, we're doing it this way. Bang, bang, dang. How you doing, bud? Ooh. Corrupt that true bravery. Wonder what that would have been. Primegistos. Any recommendations for a keyboard? Honestly, I don't really know. What are you looking for? I guess would be the question I'd ask. What kind of features do you want in it? It's funny always seeing the trust partners, the NPCs, so perfectly in sync. Oh, this is gonna hurt like a motherfucker. Oh no, that was alright. Okay. I was expecting it to double to, you know, make it just straight up hit twice. Emmeth, Heideldeus, would either of you like to do we a little break there, lads? I have a Cooler Master keyboard, and it's fine. It's nothing special. I do wish I had got a different keyboard though. I think in the end, I think there's some things I would like to have, like media control keys, I think.
My power.
Volume and the like. I also want quieter. I have mechanical keys on mine, but I'm honestly like, I could just go for something quiet. At this stage, I feel like. Let us leave the rest, Emet Selk. Hopefully he's calmed down a little. A merry chase he has led us on. Like when I think about it, when I use it, I never notice the difference. Or you never pay attention. Trismegistos is the last name given to Hermes. Really? That's an interesting one. Reliable? Well, this boy here I've had for a couple years now, and it's been fine. Actually, no, I think I might have one issue. I think I might actually have one issue with it. That is, it seems recently as though it randomly triggers the top left key, the one below escape. I don't know what you call it. Tilde key, I think, maybe. Dios' Greatsword and Code of Striking. I can't use any of these. Oh wait, I can actually use these. Hang on. Ooh, hello. Very fancy. What if I turn on the rest of the gear? Yeah, sure, that works. That's not... There we go. Thank you. Look at all this. What is this? Oh, that's the Ring of Aiming. Okay. What's the Greatsword look like? Ah, it's a Greatsword. It looks like a Greatsword. And it looks like a coat. Okay, yeah, whatever. Nothing too special. Hi, Medion. How you doing? Got any apocalypse for us there? You be good. All through it numpads. I want to try having a compact. I still use numpads a lot, so I feel like I definitely want to keep a numpad. I have been a little tempted by a more compact keyboard, but like I use my numpad for muting myself like I did just there for a second. I use it as a lot of keyboard shortcuts. I assign them all to numpad, and then when I'm entering numbers, I'm used to using numpad. The symbol of commerce that's often confused with the rod of Asclepius, which is the symbol of healthcare. Wait. Oh, so it's actually was that symbol the wrong symbol, or is the symbol that they have the wrong symbol? I suppose you could always grab. What's your price range as well, Bebo? I guess. Do you want a fancy, expensive keyboard, or you just want whatever, reliable, whatever keyboard? Because you want a reliable whatever, honestly, just pick up whatever. It'll probably work.
Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We know the answer to this already, dude.
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They
Oh.
renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success.
Like we should probably.
In the course of which they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Atheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering.
Where's the Stadian for interrupting? Yeah.
There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
Hermes, you fucked up my son.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
That That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps
Quickly
it
Google
is.
sophistry.
Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say
Ah, okay.
that you are right? Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to revert his demise. If not, he will perish in stone. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos, awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command, universal memory alteration. Target area, Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
You're in SCP now. Yeah.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
She escapes it?
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours.
Hmm.
No. Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Is he gonna yeet us through the energy stream back?
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Wait, me and? Did not escape? But then how? Yeah, never mind. I'll see you in a second.
I'm fine. Just a little tired.
Moral of the story, don't ask stupid questions. In fact,
Can it be true?
it turns out there is a question too stupid to ask.
See beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
Even aliens are depressed. It does ring out like a bit of an SCP story, doesn't it? In fact, I think I know the SCP story it rings out as.
I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteon's presence. And the place where to we must go.
So they get their mind
As she
erased.
did her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her. One which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmet Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Ooh. Stared so much at this. He stared so much at this implementation of displacement mapping. Wait, what? What implementation? Think about how you word it. Don't give it to a newly formed life form with a massive ego consciousness that you then immediately ship out. How they make the ground textures have volume? Oh, do you mean the way the grounds are kind of like boop, 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 boop? What became of the others, I wonder? Let me have a look. When the ground shows up again, I'll have a look at it. So, what now?
Indeed.
Oh, yeah.
Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
I think it looks weird. I don't particularly like it myself. Although I don't know if just flat would be better.
Memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case...
Thank you very much.
I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
I have been awarded...
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
What is this? Chocolate? Hot chocolate. I got hot chocolate. And... this straw. Whatever this... It's broken in half.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
One sec, Rena.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was...
This is the present she's got for someone.
The functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable.
Fuck Hermes, man.
And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Vinar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
Oh?
We did?
If Vinar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress as well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Huh.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Oh, Emmett. The hot chocolate's a bit cold, but it's still good. It was shipped here especially.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I, oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
I can't believe I didn't put the 2 and 2 together when they talked about the memory manipulation device and the fact that they don't remember this happening. Although Elidibus said he remembered us being here, which is strange. Perhaps we go to meet Elidibus at some point here. A lot of people in that cutscene. God, that was a lot. That was a very classic Final Fantasy, and now we will do a huge chunk of story all at once. Also, goddammit, Hermes. God fucking damn it, dude. I cannot tell you how sorry I am. Go fuck yourself, Hermes. can I just say, like, you don't get to apologize for dooming the whole planet. I can't suck through the straw. I can't suck hard enough, Chad. God damn it, Hermes. So much of it was like such a bad idea from the outset. Like when I heard that he sends Meteon into outer space, I was like, oh, this isn't gonna end well. I gotta address something here. My prediction was that Meteon was gonna bring back a giant space STD of sadness. A space STD that feeds on despair or something like that. I was a little off. She brought back space depression. She brought back super space depression. He literally couldn't have worded the question any worse. Too much of a romantic, I suppose. Although he was also pretty clearly in a pretty fucking distraught state and shouldn't have been the chief of this whole place. I feel like man sensitive about life should not be man in charge of place where they repeatedly snuff out life. Probably just a guess. He's all fucked this up. But it's interesting now that me and Heidelin get out, so that's how Heidelin remembers, how Heidelin knows that in the future sending me here is going to end up with me being here, and I'm presumably it's why she opposes Zodiac's creation. So it's interesting then, in what way did Zodiac... Oh man, there's still a lot of questions that need answering. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more Entelechies. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He'll believe that, yet had he ever acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, that the Metier would have never been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fan Daniel. Yeah, hey player, I mean I do that all the time. I can't say shit. How was that his answer? Anyway, folks, don't be depressed. Get help, or you might end up causing the apocalypse. He was on a... Oh, he was on a... Depression, not even once. Toasty, listen to me. Our duty now is to not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emetzelk and Hytaldeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. What was he do to the doors of Propylaeon? Also, Vertilicor, how you doing? Sorry I didn't say hello earlier. Causing the cataclysm. Big sad causes the cataclysm. Oh yeah. That's what those therapists are out there, man. They're trying to prevent us from collectively causing the apocalypse. Sons of bitches. Oh, Blad, I meant to say, you can totally easily, like, yeah, you can totally easily do faux height offset like that. I've done it in Blender myself. You're 100% right. You effectively can have a layer that acts as a number that shifts the mesh up and down based on what the color is on the texture. Now, why they would want to apply it the way they have, I still kind of feel like, I don't know, I feel like there could have been better ways to do it, but maybe it's better than the flat ground. Maybe it really is just better than straight flat ground. I wonder if it's the brightness they're using. As it gets brighter, it goes further up. Probably constrained between certain values as well. But yeah, I can totally, like, I can do that in Blender, fucking no bother. Also do this obscuring. How do you mean obscuring? Come, that's an entrance towards Paladin. Basically, that cutscene said the same thing. Aris says? You mean Vinat? Well, I mean, cutscene was more fun. 'Cause you mean the way, say these, do you mean like these paved tiles, the way they slightly obscure, they're slightly raised? Honestly, I think they could actually just be raised. A simple cobblestone kind of thing like this isn't that crazy. And then they could just have the green stuff basically put in between it. $70? I don't know where to find. I don't know where to find a better example. A 170 angle? What's a 170? Hang on. A 180 degrees would be that. Stay on this road. Yeah, we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait until we find a better example. I'll keep an eye out, see if I can see it, like another layer. Sorry, I'm still thinking about the story as well. I'm half thinking, why? Like, is there any reason we shouldn't? Why not try and talk with Amit and Hypodeus and Hermes? The cake's in the fridge. Yeah. Thinking a lot about fishing. I've never done the fishing. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vinat, several cutscenes were played in sequence. Way. Hey. But again, we also can't theoretically affect clip. I don't want to watch it now. I want to continue with the story for now, I think. More than anything. I might, if you have a clip though, throw it in the Discord. I'll have a look at it later. I feel like there's a few things in the Discord I have to look at later. From the other day as well. I was like, oh, I'll look at those later. And then I literally went straight to bed after stream last night. So...
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. Perhaps I should stay and help. Also, I feel like my eyelids were weird there for a second.
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play. And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long. No, you must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him, on us. You may find your world to be very different, or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Van Daniel.
I feel like we've taken a detour from our intended path.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end.
Hope you.
That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark.
Hytlodaeus joins Zodiark in this.
And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear.
Hey, Fanta.
And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiark! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown.
Thanks.
And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Equality come. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like I need to watch it all again, honestly. I feel like some parts might have gone over my head there. A little bit. Okay. Not sure what the moments where she seemed to take a hit were meant to represent. I was thinking those were either the rejoinings or the times she protects us against, say, Ultima in the end of the main story quest, and a few other, the few other times at the end of A Realm Reborn's Ultimate Quest, or just her with us. God, why? Main rule of the game is Ultima, huh? No. It's just one of the events that happened where Heidelin specifically protected us, and her power was weakened as a result. That's, I guess, maybe the thing behind it. Though I think the rejoinings would probably make more sense. I still don't feel like I quite understand her logic for the Sundering. Though perhaps it's partly influenced by the fact that we went back in time and told her about all of it. You ain't seen nothing yet. You're not even close. My legend says she wouldn't be able to convince them anyways. That's, yeah. It is said before that she, no matter what, she always stood alone from the Convocation and the others, and very few were on her side as a whole to her plan in the grand scheme of things. They're pretty much gods. Yeah, they are pretty much gods. They were too arrogant for their own good, perhaps. Thinking of Azim, ain't you? No, I don't think so. Azim, I believe, was on... Venat wasn't a member of the convocation, but she was still working to do that, and Azim on the convocation was on Heidelin's side, I believe. Did I do the Omega storyline? I did, yes. The Stormblood raids. I might be misremembering stuff because there's a lot of fucking shit to remember, okay? I will take no I will take no sass on this. There's too much shit for poor me to remember. Same idea, Omega's an all-powerful being and we can't. That's... yeah. That is true. Omega's arrogance is also his big issue as well. Let me just jump back into Kryl and Tancred and the rest and be like, hey guys, wild story. You remember that whole moon thing? Not even a little bit of it. You have a knack for turning up exactly when needed, and this is no exception. How are we going to explain this to people? And I just want to double check. I missed a bit of what Vlad was saying there. Okay. I'm literally looking. I think I get you. It is, yeah, it is a weird. It is still such a strange effect, though. I wonder what why that became their approach for the ground and grass. The way it's kind of like, it's like the ground itself is like tons of little layers going up. Is that what you're referring to? Oh. It's weirdly kind of like a painting in a weird way. Any texture with this effect. I always notice it on the ground. Pretty much myself. That's the main place I notice it. And like you're saying, it's not used much after. Ul'dah, I can always just fuck off to Ul'dah and have a look. Do you know the theme you're hearing now is from Final Fantasy V? This one right now? In this room? I actually didn't. Pew is our resident old Final Fantasy knowledge hooker, and he hasn't hooker. I've said hooker like to hook something, like to throw it, not realizing I was talking about Pew. And the implication thereof. Okay. I might have Pew. I'm not backing down from it. I'm still going with it. I think atomic computer graphics technique. Contrast to bump mapping, normal mapping, and parallax mapping. Entertain texture on their height map to cause an effect where the actual geometric positions of points over the second surface are displaced, often along the surface, along the local surface normal. According to the value of the texture function, evaluates at each point of the surface. Yeah, bump mapping's the one I'm familiar with. Bump mapping is super easy because it's basically just you basically just, you know, feed in information to the vertices on the actual thing, and you just go like, based on this color here, pull this one up a little bit, push this one down. You know, that's how. Oh, is that bump pumping? Hang on. No, I might be wrong. No, I might well be wrong. No, I think I'm thinking of something else. This mapping is implemented by displacing the texture coordinate at a point of the rendered polygon. The view angle in tangent space. Height map at that point. At steeper view angles, texture coordinates are placed more. The illusion of depth due to parallax effects as the view changes. I see. I think I get it. I think I get it. And I think I see what you're saying then. Yeah, I think I get it. I see. No, I honestly do think I get it. I wouldn't say if I didn't. Although I'll try and do is I'll try and look out for an example and point it out if I see it again. It's possible it's possible I don't actually know. I don't get it, but I think I get it. I've done a bit of graphics stuff as well. I know a little bit. I know a little bit about the words. All right, Toasty, impeccable timing as always. Heard you were off on the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, as so often seems to be the case, while you were away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Oh. Oh. Krell, do I have some stories for you? Pew, I'm sure Pew could definitely come up with a practical diorama to explain the whole thing with us in his own way. So have you learned off more of the final days? Then the journey was well worth the risk. No doubt your newfound knowledge will be of great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the first, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Scions are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alice and Alphino have been travelling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus and Minas is one of the worst affected. Tancred, Stinian, Grahan took a detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating, but a drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, Stola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. As for Tataru and I, we've been keeping a close eye on the Forum. For what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that has likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've no sign of it thus far, I suspect it's still incomplete. We'll also call the proposal issued by Master Fauchenot to the people of Radzatan. Following their discussion, Vritra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the Forum's invitation. So far so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the Forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter in the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the Hanish refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alice and Gra travelled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital was hardly the safest place to begin with. And now, the final days have come to Garlemald. Oh god. Surprised it didn't hit them sooner. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fauchenot. Then panic broke out and our communications were severed. What fragments we were able to make out before the link show was completely silent. We can only assume the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Toasty. Please, you must help them. Bebo. Ooh. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port of call, so you'd best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling that you'll be walking into, so you best take every possible precaution. It happened sooner, you just get out as you had a story dump to watch. Oh god, yeah. Well, technically we were in the another time, so it's entirely possible barely dick all time has actually passed between now and then. I'm not sure how do time jump work. Also, yeah, it does bother me that we don't have anything here. I really wish we'd like had a bit more of this map revealed for us. But I suppose if this map is made by the folks of made by Eorzeans or such, then having an eye in on Garlemald would be a bit of a harder thing given the recent state of, you know, conflict. But then again, you'd think they'd have had a little bit more mapped out before then. We couldn't really get in for a while. Yeah, it's just I wanted to see more. It's not even really a plot convenience at this stage. Like I don't think there is really a reason for it to be well, like apart from that, there's no plot reason for you not be able to see what the land looks like. It's just a frozen wasteland. After all. Sharlayan, I think Sharlayan was... Hang on, let's go back to the map. Actually, no, I don't think... I think we started out with, I think, just this. I think the original map was just this. And then the map got split into... Then we got, like, this bit. And we got some of over here. Yeah, I think we got this bit of the map. But I don't think we had easy access to the middle. Garlemald just fucking ripping it. Ripping huge, what do you call them? Huge pulls. Smoking up. It's just pollution, actually. It's just pollution. 100%. What is this place? I don't think we were ever here, were we? Like, that's the steep. That's the burn. Oh, I remember hearing about that at some point. I thought the burn was somewhere over here, I thought. Where's, Hearing you were there? When were we at the burn? Authored. The dungeon in Stormblood? Oh, you mean... Oh, wait, no, it is. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, I've only done that dungeon once. Yeah, I totally don't remember that dungeon at all. Like, even a little. That's where you first meet... Okay. It appears that no Chaos World is accepting new characters. Basically, as long as there is some kind of login queue, new characters cannot be made on a world. As long as there is some kind of login queue going on at that moment in time, you can't make new characters. You could, yeah, like Bebo says, Nas did manage to make his character by getting up at by doing it at 4 a.m. and he was just able to make his character, no problem. But yeah, it's already 10 p.m. 10 p.m. is 10 p.m. still prime time at the moment. Maybe if the expansion wasn't just out. I mean, if the expansion wasn't just out, 10 p.m. would be fine, 100% fine. Not now. Not with Endwalker just having come out. It's 8 p.m. server time. Wait, it's 10. Oh wait, yeah, it is 8 p.m. server time. But it's sorry, yeah, it's 10 p.m. for Tinned. But yeah, it's only 8 p.m. for the server. Star Velvet, long levels of casting. Dollars Himation. Oh hey, that's weird. I just got this. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure I literally only got that outfit recently. Oh, maybe could I not dye it? Oh, hang on. You had a tough time choosing a starting class? It's... You can change, not so much change classes, you can, like, so you can, your one character can be every class. I think the class you choose at the start, you're stuck as for like the first, I want to say 30 levels or so, but then you can change after that. Is this? Oh no, I must have, what have I, starting rows of casting. What is color summation? Yeah, I wasn't crazy. It was the same one, so he literally just got me the same fucking outfit I'd just gotten. Level 10 of main story quest, but you don't have access to the other cities by level 10, if I remember correctly, right? Nas I think is an hour ahead. So 4 a.m. for him would have been 3 a.m. server time. Yeah, pretty much like anytime after like 1 a.m. and all that, probably the queues were okay. Okay, sorry, I was just double. Oh, and A-Troop as well. For the Toher cities? Other cities. I know you're saying other cities. 25 rivers, that's so gonna be done. I mean, I personally wouldn't super recommend... Oh, hello. I personally wouldn't super recommend staying up late, because even if you do... Like, and then you go to bed, you might not, you'll still have to wait hours in queue the next day to even play the game. It's really a bad time to play this game. But when you do get it, toss your name, when you do get your character made and you are online, just ping me on Discord or something and I can add you as a friend and then turn you into free company as well. Thaumaturge and Arcanist. Arcanist, so hang on, I'll show you. I can show you Arcanist. Arcanists, they get a book. They get big book. So Arcanist becomes both a scholar and a summoner, and you can basically be this kind of person who heals and junk. Also, you get a fairy. Ah, where's my fairy? Oh, did I actually unbind my fairy? Oh shit, hang on. Let's call... Summon Eos, thank you. There we go. I don't know, summoning in this isn't what I wanted it to be fair. I was pretty disappointed by it, and it was only for changing to scholar that I actually ended up enjoying. But I think that was more just being a healer, more than anything. Oh, also tinned. Highly, highly, highly important. The first thing you do when you get in the game is you go to character configuration and you set all these to show limited for your party and others. I feel like I should do the same for PvP opponents. I didn't actually realize that was an option as well. Awesome, yeah. Keep yourself on show all, everything else on show limited, because you can't play the game otherwise. Let me see if I can get Summoner gets. Hang on, I'll show you Summoner's bios. Summoner gets this by Carbuncle. I think you can change what Carbuncle looks like, can't you? Oh, I can't use any of the abilities because I don't have. Oh fuck. Suppose I can tell it to go over there. It's not very useful, but you can. Pew's also good. Iggy. Let me try that. Eggy Glamour. Oh, it's probably without a fucking U. Damn it. Oh, the command Eggy Glamour requires a valid pet name. Ifrit is not a valid pet name. Fucker. Ifrit with a capital I is also not a valid pet name. God damn it. Okay, no, I can hang on. It's Ifrit Eggy. Your next summon will appear on your next Ifrit Eggy summon will appear unglamored. Wait, what? Nope. Let's try the carbuncles. Is there not just an option in the settings? Rubelite is not okay. God damn it! Jesus. It's in hybrids. It's race, tinned race almost pretty much doesn't matter. The few little stats there are related to race are completely overwhelmed by the sheer numbers you get later on. Also, hello, Core. There we go. How do I... Literally, just gonna look it up. I'm just gonna Google Eggy Glamour. Right, here's what you do. You go slash Eggy. Oh, slash Pet Glamour apparently works as well. Carbuncle as Ifrit. Damn it! Unable to execute command at this time? What? Fuck me. I don't care anymore. I fuck caring. You can make Emerald, Topaz, and Ruby Carbuncle. I kind of wish you could do a little bit more. Oh, hey, thank you. Carbuncle, Emerald, Topaz, Ruby, Garuda, Titan, Ifrit. So I could then go... What I could do is I could go... Hit. Glamour. Carbuncle as... Why am I not... Do I need to be somewhere? Maybe if I... maybe I need to unsummon it. Away. Get out of here. I've put it all in right. A good example of the textures? Oh, I've never noticed it looking like that before myself. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, wow. I feel like... Do I have that? Do I maybe just not have that setting turned on as a thing? That's apparent, huh? Okay. Pet Glamour, Ruby Carbuncle, Ruby Glamour. I swear to God. Unable to execute command at this time. What the shit? Apparently I just can't do it, okay? Apparently I just can't do it. And hey, hello, how you doing? Elves are pretty cute. I won't lie. Honestly, I like all of the races. Really, realistically, I actually like all of them, except maybe Lalafels, but that's a whole thing. Didn't know you could name. You can name the Carbuncle. Can you? I don't think you can name the Carbuncle. It has a few different names, but you can. Can you? Wait, did someone else say? We've gotten very distracted from from actually doing any fucking story. Just always goes with the Carbuncle as a name. It is the kind of thing. I'm the kind of person. Okay. For the longest time when I played Pokemon, you know what I would do? I would get the Pokemon, and then like it autofilled, you know, it'd be like, oh, do you want to name your Pokemon? And I'd be like, yes, I do want to name it. But you know what I'd name my Pokemon? I'd name my Pokemon literally the same thing, just with the letters correctly capitalized. Because they always come with like all caps, or at least in the earlier games, they always had all caps letters. And I just went in and renamed them to like Bulbasaur, but with only a capital B. What'd you say, Echo? Oh. Nobody said that, Yuki. Don't worry. Summoner's so good. I don't know how I feel about Summoner. I haven't played. Well, I mean, I honestly, I need to like pick and just play one DPS class and be like, hey, like what's like the best DPS class to experience DPSing? What would be the universal good DPS? Gives you a bit of everything. Gives you the full experience. Gives you a big hard-on for damage and all that kind of stuff. That's what being a DPS is all about. And only then can I really judge Summoner, because Summoner seems super simple for me. It seems like it feels like it's kind of brain dead. Because it just seems like there's not really any rotations or anything. It's just kind of like you summon one, then summon the next one, then summon the next one, then summon the next one. Have you played Endwalker Summoner? I actually did play a little bit of it. It doesn't... I don't know. Being good DPS is all about waiting while all the tank heal drama will die down. What tank heal drama? I wish it would be more like a... Yeah, I do. I very much... I wish Summoner was entirely different. So like, this is my understanding of how Summoner plays, right? You find thing, you press shift 1, then you press shift 2, and then you press shift 3, and you press Q a bunch of times to do a load of damage, right? Then you press 1, hang on, sorry. Then you press 1 and Ifrit summons, and then you just do the now modified version of Q that's special to Ifrit. And you do that like 3 times, and then you just go for the next one. Like, that's it. That's all you do. It doesn't feel like there's anything to it. Unless maybe like in the later levels you unlock more. Simple doesn't mean it's bad. I don't mean to say it is mad. I don't mean to say it is objectively bad by any stretch. I don't like simple. That's me. That's me. I don't like simple. You can also summon a Phoenix though. Phoenix is pretty cool. Look at that. The Phoenix is still pretty cool. I'll give them that. I do like me a big Phoenix boy. Hey, Rambus. By BLM or melee DPS, Samurai did seem a little more something to me. I think melee DPS or Black Mage is probably what I want to go. I do kind of want to try Black Mage at some point. Scholar is way more difficult. I think so anyway. I do kind of wish I had the bigger spells though. It would be kind of nice. New Monk supposedly I've been hearing, and I really should just give it a lash. I really should just give it a lash. But it also means leveling a class from level 1. Fister classed. Oh god. Dragoon's a lot more special. Oh no, I've had Dragoon shown off plenty. Sixt is an excellent floor tank. He does it all the time. It's good. Play the class that will have you juggling those bars. That's what I want. I want the most juggliest class. I want the biggest juggalo class. For real, I do wish, like, I'm not a huge fan of this as the combat system in general. I've never liked this in any of the MMOs, and I don't really get why it's such a popular thing. There are times I like it, but there's a lot of times when I don't, and I would be super happy to play an MMO that had a completely different system to this, like Warframe, I guess. Ninja, I do want to try Ninja actually. Ninja with the combos on Ninja do seem kind of fun. And Astro has, oh yeah, no, I like Astrologian. I definitely like Astrologian. I like all the healers I've locked so far, and all the tanks I've liked so far. Probably need to learn. I mean, I've actually got, I feel like I've got Sage mostly down. I know the buttons pretty well. Like that. Look at that. Look at me go. See? I got it. Wow. Look at me go. Macronin? What? Why would you not Macronin? I don't know. I don't get it. Can't you count as MMO, even if it's quite literally the antithesis of an MMO, is quite a small player base wise and not online or multiplayer? I feel like that's definitely not an MMO. Macros are way too slow. Oh, macros have a delay to them. Okay. Weird. I didn't realize macros had a delay to them. I suppose if you could macro everything, you could make it so that you just had one button that literally did everything, and then you wouldn't really be playing the game anymore at that point, would you? But also check out my Sage. Check out my funnels. Look at how cool they are. Yeah. To me, like Final Fantasy XIV and WoW's bars, it all seemed the same to me personally. It all seemed very much the same to me. Ooh. Those arts, I do quite like them. Toasty, and not a moment too soon. Skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events on the ground that concern me. As you'll have heard, your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. We cut the customary greetings short after we received word from our troops on the Magna Glacies and the airship had landed. It was then that the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I'd have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route, but we'll discuss them later. I trust you're ready to depart. Upon departing from Magna Glacies, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended to set aside sufficient time to provide these cutscenes in their entirety. Initiative will require participate battle time. That's a lie. Outside. No, outside is banned at the moment. You can't do outside anymore. It's on. The servers are down at the moment. You can't play. It only took Hey. Across classes, I think I can't remember what classes I played in WoW, but I never got very far. Like I only ever got to like level 30, 40. I think I played Warlock and something else at some point, and I just didn't enjoy it. To be fair, I also didn't enjoy this until I got to like Heavensward or so, and it's really the story and stuff that keeps me in it, and later on it's the extremes and stuff that have been real fun. But like early on, I was gameplay wise, I think it's pretty Ignore your question. Sorry, Elia. What was What was your question, Elia? Oh, how was the dungeon? I did enjoy it. Though it's frustrating as all hell that your followers don't AoE. It's so it's like, come on, man. It's just like it's a different button. Just press the other button, man. Come on. Like check the enmity list and like just go, oh, if there's like more than one thing in it, just use the AoE button, okay? Just use the AoE button. God dang. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling things are going to go. How was the revelation? It was a lot. It was a lot to take in. Honestly, I'm probably going to watch it all again outside of stream to be like, you need to get everything, because there was a lot of it there. I'm like, it makes a lot of it like, oh, I see how all of this happens and all of it makes sense. But it was also a lot, and I was being distracted at the same time. Did my eyes get wet? No, I didn't feel. I had no feelings.
No. We were promised an escape. Not to say no.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste. Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy.
Good.
Come, we must build a line of defense.
Good pep talk there, Fortunalt. You're really doing good work.
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Oh yeah, because I was asking that yesterday. It was a good way of like tying up. I'm annoyed I didn't put two and two together when the memory manipulation was brought up.
Shall tend to the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish, my little lord.
Play as Alfie. Hello.
Our commander beats attention. See to the wounded.
Okay, well, would have been nice if you give me a second to learn the buttons. Levier, Drutrol. Okay, hang on. Well, no, apparently I can't rejig any of these. 2 unaspected. Dosis. Toxicon, okay. AoE heal. Barrier, okay. Okay. I know, Sage, look at me. I don't know where these buttons are. Excuse me. This is a very different situation. No more, no more. Excuse me, could you just... Oh. I'd really rather you didn't do that.
Those who can stand, come with me.
Okay.
Easy now. Deep breaths.
I'd beam you to nuts.
You're safe now.
There's Fortunalt on the outside as well. Do better, Dad.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Okay. cast? Hang on, excuse me. Apparently, that's so fucking... Oh, that's so weird. Okay. This diagnosis, the barrier attack, is not normally a cast time ability. It's very off-putting that I suddenly have a cast time on it. Okay, come on. Okay, buttons. God fucking damn it. Look, I know y'all are talking about tentacles, but you know, she got boobs too. She's got everything really you could ever want in a woman. Tentacles and boobs. Okay. Come on. That was not a good that was not what Sage plays like, by the way. Everything had a cast time. I don't have cast times when I'm playing Sage. I did. Okay. Okay.
Help! Someone, please!
What?
In that case, no, it's not really what Sage is like at all. The other ones are, but that one, like, the effects are like what they are, but it's not really how Sage...
I don't want to die.
Some bits of it were, some bits of it weren't.
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army.
So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride!
Something about that line doesn't work.
Of that I've no doubt.
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army. Oh!
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then,
I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
Okay. One sec. Unaspected. The enemies nearby. For cure. The nearby party members. Okay. Shit. Any of these AoE attacks? What was Grahatia saying? Is there no way to break the chain of transformations? Apparently not. Ooh. Sure Grahatia's okay. Why can't... Oh, that's a 40-second recast. Okay. I do like Red Mage. Okay. It's... yeah, I think it's like purely these bits are just basically for the sake of...
Don't worry about it.
Ooh. On.
The air crackles with energy. Find cover.
Oh, fuck me. Purely mostly for just kind of like story exposition-y reasons. And just like a bit of a look at what the other characters are doing in the times. Okay.
As they say, turnabout's fair play. On guard.
That's unique to her, isn't it? Single flavor should end way sooner. Maybe. I mean, again, I don't. They don't bother me that much.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you, from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
Look out! Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve!
Get it together, Alizé. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let Eorzea's hero fight alone.
We could walk a little faster towards the fight, you know? It'd be very helpful if we maybe ran towards helping the people with the fight. I'm back. Is this basically just don't skip leg day? The dialogue option? Guys, can we not, like, start fights in chat, please? But I get you don't like it, but other people don't care. The other people don't mind it and don't think it's bad. And you're allowed to not like it. That's fine. Yeah. And again, like a lot of it is more about the story and the characters than about those little combat sections, you know? Okay, yeah, okay. It's just, it went on for a long, like, that was a lot of chat for the past 5 minutes. And I'm trying to enjoy the game as well. I picked the squat regimen. I'm pretty much gonna pick the squat regimen. I mean, how, I'd like... Yeah. I think everyone, I'm pretty sure everyone picked it.
Everything's in order, I trust? for the ages.
In the coming fight, you'll fight as yourself. Oh, was he gonna play as... He switched class? Excuse me? Was he gonna be Paladin there if I wasn't a tank? I wonder. Ooh.
Just the beginning.
Hello.
I had a feeling I'd fight you. This should be the last of your suffering. Quickly!
No tank? Oh shit, I don't have tank stance on. Oh god. More than anything, I think that fucks with my thingamajig generation. Laws. Mega 1-3 in the queue. Hey, Glow. That was a too soon. Requiace. Okay.
No.
Oh, fuck me.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Sharlayan is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to Old Sharlayan. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
It seems they've a new destination.
The people of Radzat-Han have known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
Was it not?
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Was it not their idea to march people through Garlemald?
Well,
after knowing, I was literally about to say that, Elia.
Just there!
I was literally about to say, I was like, you know, now that we know what's causing it all, doesn't the moon vessel just not matter? Isn't it kind of useless?
More of them.
Oh, well, I suppose no one else knows. Only we ourselves know at this stage. Oh, hello.
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
I'm also confused at why the people of Radzat-Han are... Wait, hang on. Oh.
Why have you come?
Wait, I just realized.
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
No, yeah, I knew it was the Tower of Babel, but
You cannot still be on about a rematch.
I'd forgotten that Sharlayan is the entire fucking side of the world to Radzat-Han. And like, going through Garlemald would actually be quicker than going all the way to Sharlayan.
You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine, yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust.
Afraid we have a giant space harpy to contend with.
So I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians. murdered by their own flesh and blood, lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Euless, you must control your anger.
I was like, don't take your sword out at him. He will literally kill you.
And see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
What?
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends. Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death.
But you literally can't, Julius. You have no power to do that.
But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
pined for a euphemism for having a boner? Kind of. Pretty much, in fact.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilzabard contingent.
It probably would also, you know, help to go look at that moon teleporter thing and like learn how it works. That'd probably be useful for you.
Be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Eulus, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be off to your seat on the forum next.
Oh, Babel, you were saying it took you 3 hours to get through 7K. Sorry, I did. It only just seen you logged in. I only just clicked. That's honestly surprisingly quick. I missed the line. Yous were saying, when yous were saying Xenos just straight up gives Meteon's answer, I totally missed that line. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of our existence must be gleaned by you and you alone. Like, yeah. Like, yeah, that's pretty much the answer to her question. It's like, yeah, it's for the individual to decide what means what. So, in a way, Hydaelyn was right to sunder everything, because in doing so, they've eventually managed to create Xenos, who indeed can answer the question correctly and fight for his own life and satisfaction and happiness. There we go. He is our Nietzschean Uberman. Purely motivated by his own will and strength. There we go. We couldn't save them all, but if he arrived any later, it would have been a massacre. Things were looking bleak until you and the first turned up. Game done. Game over. How do I say it? Yeah, that's it. Just credits roll. Meteon comes down and she's like, oh, you know what? I guess you're right. Fucking done. Galactic version. If we just make enough people, someone will get the answer right eventually. There'll be time later to discuss your journey to the first. There's one thing I must ask. Did we chance speak with our friends in the Crystarium? I did. Lena and Beckluk both warned me against overexerting myself. Strange that they should express such similar sentiments. Identical, in fact. But their advice is duly noted. It's 'cause you're basic, Graha. You're basic and they know how you're acting. The final days should manifest here too, after everything these people have suffered. Is a fate cruel beyond words. Nevertheless, with allies old and new at our side, there is yet reason to be hopeful. Well, I wonder will we ever be able to get this apocalypse weather back once we finish the game? Or will it just be a permanent feature of certain areas? Will Garlemald always be an apocalypse? It's been a while since last we spoke. For some time I was not myself. I mean, literally, you were tempered. Lucy and the others told me what happened that night, and about the events that took place while I was receiving treatment. It was only then that I realized the lengths you and yours go to. I know I might never be able to repay you, but I'll be damned if I don't try. And most of all, I want to thank you, all of you, for everything you've done and continue to do for the sake of my people. I actually was... I'll say it in a second now. I actually had a thought on the... I know I'm bringing it up myself after I said to stop it, so be it on my own head what becomes, but I was thinking about like why Final Fantasy XIV is good, even though there are plenty of bits like that where the mechanics are just kind of like, and I think it's the same reason Nier Automata is good. It is a lot of it is down to music, story, writing, and character, and your investment in them. When, for me, I don't know about for everyone else, but for me personally, Nier Automata's actual game mechanics were just kind of like, it was just hacky slashy. It wasn't anything special. It was all right. It got the job done. And I feel like those scenes with when you play as the other characters with a very limited moveset, same thing basically. Same idea, I suppose. Not same thing exactly, but same idea behind it, I guess. I was talking a bit when we were in Skelly's stream last night. We were talking a bit about this, and I feel like I've said this before, but I think it bears saying. If this wasn't an MMO, I don't think it would be worse for not being an MMO. I think it could be better if it was another game, and that the MMO parts can sometimes drag on the game parts and the game and the game and on the story and single player experience parts, and the single player and story parts can sometimes drag on the MMO parts. They're both still great. It's just they don't always gel together perfectly. In fact, not perfectly at all. Yeah, anyway, whatever. At the very least, I'm glad our own members are accounted for. This is the contingent space of operations, I take it. To see Xenos standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant. Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind, but looking back on it, I stand by those words. I'd say I hope they won't incite him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. I was gonna say, Alice, your words probably fell on deaf ears. Anyway, enough about all that. It's good to see you again.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Forchano Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time.
So yeah, that's not the nicest way to put it.
In any case,
It's kind of nice this place was just like dead.
To cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships are taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
You'll permit us to retain our weapons?
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Sharlayan alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Stop being such a dickhead, Fortunault.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other I would doubt. You I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it.
It's a bit weird that he's doubting us to begin with, though, because Urianger is up in the moon helping with this plan in the beginning anyway.
You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
They don't know. They know. I thought they did know about Urianger.
You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
I feel like we told them about it at this point. Oh, Graha, you're not gonna like these tales.
Did you hear something just now?
Why was Puddingway the first one they sent? What is she doing? Hey, Beef. How you doing?
May banish even the darkest night.
Oh shit!
And to
Speak of the
this
devil.
bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
You all knew that was coming.
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expound upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Then allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then
But the one dressed light as well. She's at least been exercising.
we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed.
By the way, I was fully prepared to uninstall this game if the Loprits were suddenly zombies and like that was going to be a storyline now.
Absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Urianger's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is
I
hardly
100% believe in Rillicor. I want to play as one, frankly.
not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation.
Tiny bunny paladin.
Made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill
Enjoy your Lurkwex as well.
From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Also,
Hail, fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last.
we now also have a pudding simp, and the Loprits as a whole are humanity simps. Just to add it to the simp list.
That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
I didn't realize Fortunalt and the Charlians hadn't actually met the Loprits yet, and had no idea what to expect on the moon.
Only after the Loprits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Good to haveth you back, or may thy disciples banish this darkest of nights. Good to have you back, if Urianger.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Will thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
I do not. I'm good. Move soup.
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
VR mode where they push their ears down like the Loper emote. Oh.
Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Super McDonald's? I mean, honestly, soup. I've had so much McDonald's these past years of dating Carolina. More than 2. Many years dating Carolina. I still love you. I'm a big fan of soup. Good thick soup though. None of that shit water soup. Smoothie soup. You could turn McDonald's. We could totally turn McDonald's into a soup. I mean, all you'd have to do is just like boil it for a while, puree it. What did you do out of chips? I wonder how it would turn out. Probably awful. Probably fucking awful. But then again, if it's just puree, then you don't need to boil it. I'm Irish. I gotta boil it. That's how it works. At this, our Master Virginal was as nonplussed as we to learn the identity of Heidelland's lunar custodians. As he will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. But I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. We may yet have time to discuss their recent adventures ere we are summoned to Rostra. To the Rostra. I know, it's literally the worst thing I've ever said, Threep. It's up there. It's up there with the worst things I've ever said. For certain. Where... Should I take a break from the main story quests and do the healer quests? Because I think I have 2 of the healer quests waiting for me at the moment. Nah, boil the whole thing. Screw it. I'm gonna stop talking now. It's easier. I'm pretty sure I left the 2 of you here hours ago. Standing here. That's exactly what I was thinking as well, Clone. That was the advice I was given, so... And that's what I'd heard was said. Although I'm doing the healer role quest and I'm paladining through the main story for the most part. Oh, I've no doubt that they are not AFK. I have no doubt that they're 100% actually doing something here, but it's mostly standing. Standing and chatting. There you go. Ooh. Oh, what is this? What is... I think Six has stolen my idea. I had an idea for dancer. I was gonna become a dancer and then use this fashion. Just the least sexy outfit one could possibly have. But I think Six has beaten me to it. Become a dancer? The dancing class. For dancing. I have no idea what 90% of this is. Is the 2B hairstyle Pub's Bunker? I thought 2B's hairstyle was... Not Pub's Bunker. The tower. The tower. I thought it was the tower. I was pretty sure it was the tower, because it's like the Bob or something. I got them both recently. Oh wait, hang on. Wait. Oh, Echo. There we go. I knew someone was new. Anti-spoiler. Oh, was there spoilers in Free Company chat? I didn't see, but yeah. Thank you for spamming. Thank you for spamming chat. And also putting it, God damn it, Pew. No, stay away from me. Now he needs the punishment must be administered. Right, let's go do, hang on. Let's go do the healer quests. As much as I am loath to put a pin in the main story quests for a minute. That said, I still need to, I think there's only 2 here to do. I don't think it's gonna take, it probably won't take that long. Take a break from there too. When do we intend to finish it? In time. Of course, he's been in nothing but this glam for the longest time. Since we demoted him. Sorry, I should explain. In the Free Company, we have a special we have a set of ranks, and we have the lowest rank, of which Pew is literally the only member, and that's an ERP bun. So he has now been reduced to being an ERP bun at all times. I haven't seen you in any other glam. Nope, no. I don't know. Has Pew served his time? That's a good question. I don't know. What was I looking at for a second? Hang on. Chondrite. God, do I want the Chondrite weapon? I think I'll hold on. I could totally get the Chondrite. Oh, hello. Everyone's here. Jesus. I could totally get the Chondrite fucking Sage weapon, but I don't actually like them. They're just ridiculous enough that I kind of want to like do one fashion around it and then never use it. Where was I going? I was teleporting somewhere. I had actually a reason. Alamagan Quarter. Thank you. I haven't actually eaten a lot today. When I say no to Carolina's McDonald's, I realize I haven't actually eaten very much today. I basically had a small bao wrap thing and some bread and butter. Oh, hello, alive. $40 spice? I believe it when I see it. Here's your Commander Alden, I take it. This way, please. Request for an audience with the Sultan has been accepted. Before we depart, I share what we've learned since we last spoke. Blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while driving others to succumb to despair in turn. Even with Alamagan and Ul'dan forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern to the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like the others, its behavior is likely to be dictated by passions and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he may lead will help us track us down before it strikes again. Oh, that's actually not bad at all. Okay, fair Pew. I will concede. That is 40 spice. You now have to scream that in all chat in Limsa Lamensa while dancing. I totally missed like 2 whole lines of chat. Look at that. Whoops. Dictated by the passions and regrets of its man it once was. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are. The fact remains the vast majority of the beasts have been born from them. They're one of the greatest risks of turning without question. Fredola concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we kept her out of this after all. I honestly agree with Arnvald here, but I guess if she wants to make amends, then sure. I'm inclined to agree with Toasty. She was able to resist transformation and has shown no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, I say, well, yeah, if she wants to. If she wants to. No one's forcing her, though. I swear if any of you force her. If only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles our people face. You've given from experience, too. You'd gain from the experience, too. While she's not the sort to brandish a sword and charge into battle, you'll soon discover she's a champion of her own arena, and as brave as any warrior. They actually have much to learn from the likes of me, but it'd be an honor to make her acquaintance. Arnvald and I will go on ahead and wait for you in the husting strip. We'll see you anon. Ooh, excuse me, sorry. Battleground. There we go. Me. Is this gonna be all talking again? Quests are only talking? Yeah. Do we fight the blasphemy at the end at least? I would like to fight the blasphemy at the end. Papashan. First time I've been back here since I discharged myself from the infirmary without telling anybody in mind. I just remembered to stop by and offer my thanks and an apology. Master Papashan was just telling us that Nanamo, or should I say, Lady Lilira, has gone on another of her jaunts about the city. Though it's not my place to question her grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own. And perhaps I'm overthinking it, but unlike her to keep guests waiting. It may say so, sir. With blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason. She was to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Blasphemy is in... No, blasphemy is the name of, like, big monsters. Big monsty boys. New big monsty boys. Even so, it's downright reckless. It's downright reckless. End of sentence. We'll find her, though. No, I couldn't possibly allow such esteemed guests to... Come now, we might hear you here on official business, but we're old friends, and you know and remember, I have a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. Some might say the knack is rather charitable. I should be glad of the assistance. I'll take a look around here. Quizzing the locals will give me an opportunity to learn of recent goings on. Will that too. Aladdin, there's no time like the present. Fear not, with me on the case, this will be over before you know it. Where am I going? I do like that new map. Sometimes I'll ask home these streets for young Lilira. As a matter of fact, Papashan and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contests ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms, the tiniest movement that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. I'm sure... Follow Robin, lead, and try not to fall behind. Oh, okay. Sure, I'll be able to pick her out. No problem. On to perusing the stalls here. cast haste, Robin. Get my drift, perusing stalls, or he's fond of catching. Oh, he's fond of finding her. Well, not here. Where could she be? What if she's been abducted? Lad, it's been 0.75. It's been 0.75 seconds, and you've already lost your shit. Robin, please. This is why you don't have a left arm, Robin. Never known her to be so elusive. God, I've tried all her usual haunts, so unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something not equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. God, why should she choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? Just fucking calm your shit, Robin. Again, you don't want to lose your other arm. You're right, I know, but it's hard not to worry. Where could she be? Come to think of it, something Papashan said caught my ear. He thought Nanima went on this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemies and the beasts, to better understand how her people are coping with the situation. If so, she'd been driven to seek out most desperate and destitute. Pearl Lane, then. Might I ask you to lead the way? I'll admit my ability to track missing persons may have dulled somewhat. Come on. I can pickpockets and the like. Watch your back. I'll be fine, Robin. I have been through the streets many a time. Praetorium cutscene? Praetorium cutscene is wonderful, and you should enjoy Gaius's riveting performance. Revel in it, and also bring a book. That too. Bring a book. Get some headway in it while shit's happening. Well, it may not be immediately obvious. Conditions here have improved considerably of late. Grace continues to support the rebuilding efforts in Girabania, which has led to the creation of jobs of many locals here on this other side of Baelsar's wall. Man pours his heart and soul into it, and all he gets is fucking sleepers. I mean, I do legitimately, like, okay, everything up until the point where Gaia starts talking in Praetorium can die in a fire. But then Gaia starts talking and I'm like, I'm fucking in with this. This is like the one bit of good voice acting in the entire fucking, well, okay, not the one bit, but it's one of the very few bits of voice acting in the entire base game. Please. I say good, perhaps, I don't know. It's one bit of passionate voice acting. There we go. And I appreciate it. In every society, there are haves and have-nots. Seldom is this divide more sorely here sorely felt than here in Ul'dah. Many of the young and able-bodied works for Lola Rito's guards, though he earns more in an afternoon than most ill in a lifetime. Oh my god, I wonder... It's myself a man of distinguishing tastes. This is Mask with Weaver. Oh, yeah. Okay, no. I was like, oh, I wonder if this is Nanima. I was like, actually, no, it's not. As it turns out, just because she had pink hair, it was not. Tell me, Sixt, why do you fight for Eorzea? Personally, I fight for... Lady Lyra. Very glib, Sixt. Very glib. Robin, whatever are you doing here? Nanimo doesn't have pink hair? Oh, it's not as pink. Or maybe it's this disguise. Toasty too. I'm glad to see you both. Being like you that commence for several bells, what's the meaning of this? We're worried and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about your own. Some things never change, but I assure you I'm quite capable of looking after myself in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring of late, that I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. But I've finished, so you'll be comforted to hear. And pray, allow us to escort you to a more amenable surroundings. Would you get a ride on my shoulder? Certainly not. You've already attracted more than enough attention. I'll get wrecked, Robin. There are only 3 at the Neuro fight. Is everyone AFK? I'd just fucking leave if that was happening. I'd just be like, nah, fuck them. Start my own Praetorium run. And thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. And it's my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued to our cause. With respect, your grace, I'm just a soldier. Was a soldier. Still, I say Commander Alden would not make such a distinction, and neither will I. You may yet serve your people, and have provided solace to many of Alamigo's most vulnerable. If we're to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims. We have indeed. Oh, if you're at that bit, Yuki, I've gotten lost a lot in that bit, especially if it was new people. If they're new people, I did 100% get lost at that part. Blad with the advanced strats. You need to locate families of Craniolupi members who have fled to Talon. Speaking of vote kicking, there's an official Among Us VR coming, by the way. I'm almost definitely playing this. I'm almost definitely playing it. I don't know. I hope maybe there'll be a non-VR versions like with it, so people can play with me and not need VR. But that sounds like excellent crack. There was no end to the struggle faced by Alamigan refugees, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that irrespective of their past, all will be treated with an even hand. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide. VR Among Us, Fern? VR Among Us. Amogus. Magnanimous as always, your grace. You can 1v1 ballooned. If I might be so bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those most at risk of undergoing the change? Is it out? I don't think so yet. I've only seen an announcement for it. I believe there is but one recourse. Fucking stab him. Oh, okay. Earnest and open dialogue. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control. Our fate's subjects to the whim of the gods, some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fate, and figurehead helpless to watch as one of my petted people starved. A powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but failed for my naivety. And then was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so, but we have the power to push it back against inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on the blessed occasions. To love our neighbours and share in life's bounties, to open our hearts and come together as one. Truer words were never spoken. But without the support of the people, such words are not vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we've yet to strive to find common ground. Common ground. We've been pouring all our effort into aiding families of Craniolupi. And while it seemed to help to a degree, some have still succumbed and turned. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere, whether they sided with the Empire, fought for the Resistance, or were caught in the middle. They all suffered. They all wake up in the night at times, haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen and those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not soon be forgotten. Rather than seek to forget, mayhap it is necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those they've lost. Aye, a remembrance. Suppose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did. Let them be loved, let them be hated, but above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in the honour and their sin, we the living may Alamigo yet find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the merit in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organizing an event at this scale still requires a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me. We'll put the plan into action. Twitch saying I'm live for... Twitch has been doing that all the time recently. I get multiple live notifications all day from multiple people. It's insane. I don't know what the fuck is up with Twitch with it. Obviously some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable. So we listen to their opinions as well. After all we want to do is bring a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. I was wondering, Your Grace. I'm asking you about your approach to, well, talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can share with me. I'd be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. IV push notification service, actually. I've definitely noticed it happening. What the fuck? I've definitely noticed it for quite a few things. Quite a few streams, different streams at different times, where specifically, the one that pops up when you're on Twitch's website. I've had that one come up multiple times, and I've also ended up with multiple push notifications on my phone too. It seems like it's... I totally get what you mean, that it could be clogged up, but I've seen it I've definitely seen it double it up as well. Maybe they're need to redo something because of... I don't know. I honestly haven't a clue. I was like, oh, maybe it's the Twitch app and something else doing it, but no, it's only the Twitch app that's doing the push notifications. The relationship between Ul'dah and Ala Mhigo is one which I cherish deeply. It's imperative that we coordinate our efforts in facing this crisis. See the Sultana grow to become such a powerful and compassionate leader. Brings a tear to me eye. Wonder what Abba and Ali would say if they could tell him I had a chat with the Sultana. I can hardly believe it myself. I mean, we've all had a bit of a chat with the Sultana. Not that big a deal. For me, Blood, I've noticed it on everything. I have noticed the mobile app telling me someone is live twice in one day when I have been watching their stream the whole time. And I've also seen the notification that pops up when you're on the browser on your computer while I have been watching their stream, having already seen it once before. Actually, no, maybe I didn't see it before. Maybe I'd seen the one on my phone and then seen the one on the Twitch browser. Yeah, maybe I'm confusing it, and I'm seeing different ones at either end. And yeah, maybe. Paladin Avenue Life Support is taking it with considerable aplomb. Molly's proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its direct detractors. I have faith that many will come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand at the ready for whatever may occur. Send word if there... Oh, goodbye, Alaya. I'll send word if there are any developments. Do I need a Suzaku weapon with effects? I don't have any of them, so I wouldn't say no. But I also don't know what any of them actually look like. So... is there a way I can see what they look like? There you are, Toasty. Commander Alden has asked me to... Why is it so quiet? What the shit? Present, we're looking into reports missing relatives, Crinny Loopline, with the cooperation of Silver Griffin. We're currently starting to find clues into whereabouts. Started efforts of Ragenfried and the others. The general public has been willing to cooperate with our investigation. The many still harbour feelings of distrust for the collaborators and their kin. They've grown more receptive to our cause than a whole. Anval's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial ceremony. He plans to host a meeting between the various community leaders to go over the final details. In fact, he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. a few others matters to attend to. So if you'll excuse me, my duty calls. Gonna go to market board. Oh, I can just jump over to a market board. If that's all needs be done. Which job weapon do you want to see? Scholar, Paladin, maybe are there sage ones? I don't think there are sage ones, but yeah. It always sends a post when you're going push notification, even if you're starting OBS, right? It sends, so when you start on OBS, it usually sends out the push notification within about 5 minutes of you hitting the start button there. There aren't Seepers and Rage ones. Ah, okay. Oh, free company chat. Thank you. It's alright. Nothing too crazy. Maybe it looks better with the shield. Hang on, let me pin, actually. Nah, I don't think any of them particularly speak to me. See if anyone else wants them. I'd say Echo. None of those ones particularly grab me. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of these ones where it's like it's just a base model and then an effect applied over it. I much prefer the glowy ones where it's like shit. No one else wants them. Well, shit. The sword was cool. I liked the sword, so it was honestly better. I didn't like the shield. It's no. See, DK. Yeah, I think this sword is all right. But it's not like I'm like, oh, I must have it. I'm like, yeah, so. See, for me, it kind of this one works because it has the glowing runes, and that kind of sells the effect to me. But like for the, let's say for the scholar book, for this, it's just like, here is the book, and now we have put flame texture over literally every part of it, including the pages of the book, which are paper. And it's like, Also, Reed, it took me a long time to not do that plan as well. Like this feels silly to me. This here, I'm like, no, I don't like this effect. I don't like this effect done this way. It's why I really like the Aetheryte weapons. I wish I could pull up me fucking glamour plates now, but apparently I can't. But the crystalline and the exarchic, the crystalline and the exarchic weapons, because they're actually made of glowing crystal, it makes sense that they glow. Then and see what to do. Yeah, you may as well. Maybe I'll ask for the sword eventually, but hang on to it. Maybe something will grab your attention. Scholar book from the 87 dungeon you were in last time was really cool. I haven't seen it actually. I wonder. I don't think I've seen any weapons on that dungeon run at all. Oh no, we've seen this. We've seen the sword. And honestly, I was like, eh. This one didn't grab me either. God, I need to fucking clear out so much shit here. I did get this astrologian thing, which I quite like, and the 85 dungeon book I think is pretty nice. The Palaka one. Then again, the books are always like, they're alright a lot of the time. What sword now? You get the shield with it since the new changes. Yeah, you get I figured I'd get the shield no matter what, but I probably wouldn't use the shield because the shield has that problem where it's just the abnormal shield with just a texture, the glowy texture applied flat on top of everything, and it doesn't work for me. Thanks for coming. It should come as no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation would keep a man busy. But by Vralgar, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to skulls and other conscripts. They're the ones we need to treat most carefully. We don't acknowledge the crimes of our kins in all the painful truth, then we do a disservice to the victims, living and dead. If we let people paint them as monsters who did monstrous things, then we believe we would never do. Then we perpetrate different, but no less dangerous lies. What if it was a parallax clue? I somehow don't think if the book looked like it was... maybe you could do something cool with it. Castlevania Scholar Weapon is your favorite spire? I don't think I know that one, actually. These are definitely my favorite Sage bits. See, these are glowy, but they're glowy in like a appropriate way. I dig this. I dig when the glow is in the appropriate places. Need help me with the last two. Raznoon on the Peering Stones, and Cerisa and Viranila. Give you one for each. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refused, considering how their people suffered at the hands of the skulls. But I hope we can remind them that deep down we're all just people trying to survive, to protect our loved ones. We have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born of the attempts to divide and set us against one another, we'll never be free of the legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffins and the people I've met. Victims, collaborators, their friends and their family. Men and women who lived through it all. Survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they will know. Hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, not having much practice in writing important letters, but I think they'll get the message. Giving what to deliver them will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't ya? Sure. That one. There's a... Oh, I think I do know that one's 6th. I think I do know that one. That one is a cool one, if I remember correctly. Looked like for Reaper and Sage. I think the relics... I think it's going to be the ones that... I think the Sage relic, at least, is probably going to be the one that... What's-his-face is using? Alphino. There we go. Sorry. I swear I care about the characters. I just not good with names. Isn't that just artifact gear? Is relic gear and artifact gear not the same thing? I've never done any of those things. I've no idea. I thought they were the same thing. Greetings, friend. It's been too long since last we spoke. What brings you to my village? The weight of the words within his own town, in addition to the weight of the paper itself. Relic gear is the end game, like Bozja, so it's stuff. An artifact is stuff you buy from the vendor. Oh, so artifact is like the weathered stuff, right? The rumors are true. I need not read the full letter. In full, I know its contents. I understand that Ragnfried's volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny its worthy cause, to include the relatives of the Crani Lupi. The skulls watched the Empire slay us in our thousands, and still they turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the deaths of these curs alongside their victims. Confused? Arnval wishes only that you read his account before coming to a decision. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Do we have... Is relic gear available yet, or is that to be added in a later update? Dismiss is out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Dear Catboy, I like your cat ears. Yours sincerely, Arnvald. Family. As Noon, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I do anything to protect them. Anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul, all are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspect that some skulls have been faced with the self-same choice, but to see how their skin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand. I wish that I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot be. But I and any others who are willing can offer our prayers to these souls and men they could have been. Accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M tribe, but as Mraz Noon. So I'll put the question to my people, and they're there to decide for themselves. Also, we're going to make the acquaintance of the people who wrote this letter. He's not one to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painful though it is to confront. The meeting will be the perfect opportunity to take his measure. Oh hey, that's just over the way. Thank you. Man. I've been thinking a lot recently, if I actually get this job, how is it going to affect the streams? And I'm pretty sure it won't. Because it's not like I stream a huge amount. I mean, I have been streaming a lot recently, but it's not like I stream a huge amount in general. But also I can put money to nice things. I'll actually have money, but I'll mostly honestly be taking that money and saving it. Up for Shadowbringers, they released in 5.25. Yeah, so sometime around then. Welcome to what we owe the pleasure of your visit. Ah, Snake Lady. I've come to touch your tail. Then it is as I suspected. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although we have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen crani I look by that or be counted among them. The Kaliana, they choose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who pillage our lands. Cowards and traitors all. And are we to assume the Kaliana who died fighting for the Empire will be honored as well? If so, it is all the more reason for us to refuse. That is your right, no one will say otherwise. What is that thumbnail plant? Excuse me. What the... Oh, it's that fucking film. Oh no. I've heard about it. I don't, no, I'm good. If you insist. And you're telling me, Blad, you want people flying around Limsa Lamensa, or the outskirts of Limsa? I mean, like the paint emote, it leaves like a little puddle in the ground as well. No one was spared suffering in the occupation. Not the resistance, not the collaborators. Very serious story, I swear. So many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything. It's a tragedy and a lesson. They are forgotten, and the lesson of our folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, join your remembrance and implore my people to do the same. In mourning may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. For together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting, and I look forward to personally thanking your friend Arnval for his dedication. And my peers have much learned from his example. 6 mounts? Which one's the Suzaku mount? Did I see your golden Namazu minion yet? I have not. They start adding other people in cutscenes, and you have people in Smiths speaking in the background. Sometimes I have legitimately wanted other players to be included in the backgrounds of cutscenes. Oh, hang on. Ooh, hello. Ooh, hello. Is this... Wait. Is this the Stormblood EX one? I think I have a similar one. Let me see. No, actually, I don't think it has the... Oh, it does a little bit. Oh. It's like much smaller, though. Hey, Nibirius. We're getting in stream, but also need to not be spoiled. So, okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye, Nibirius. Have a good one. They kind of even do it in dungeons. They do it in dungeons and dungeon and trial-based story cutscenes, but they don't do it for just pure story cutscenes. I forget these fuckers just flop over. He looks weird. He looks almost see-through or glowy. How long did that take to get? Enjoy, Nibirius. Have a good one, dude. Have you got all? Have you got all the wolves? Ooh, I like that wolf. I haven't decided if I like this one yet. I think I do. 2 more? Do you get, like, Giggy Wolf once you have all of them? Engage easy. I've only learned about those recently, and I wish I'd known about them earlier, because I would have been buying the shit out of them. Also, those coffers give you things that are duplicates of things you already have, which isn't frustrating. So how did you fare in the fringes? They said that about me. It's rare for me to get such glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting. I've got you to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when a hand delivered by the Warrior of Light herself. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember that this is the only beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing. Come to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is another kettle of fish entirely, as her grace was quick to point out. But as she taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts are true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. I mean, that's not 100% true, but yeah, sure, Arenvald, you're too young. And answer if they have. Well, there are bound to be differences of opinion. I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. I think I bought 3 coffers and only got 1 new thing. The others were dupes. I was very frustrated. To that end, I was hoping you could join us, if you have time to spare. Still a few loose ends. Ragnfried, I need to tie up beforehand. So I'll meet you in the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. 100%. Oh, what the shit? Oh, hello. 100% the Giggy blasphemy is gonna show up at the fucking memorial. And it's going to be literally the worst. I'm calling it now. Crystal Snake? Crystal Snake? Is that a nickname for 6th penis? Because it's rock hard. Here for meeting, yes? Oh, for S, I see. Well, we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony. We recognize that the inclusion of Cranial Lupi will be distressing for many. I too lost family at their hands. I would never ask others to forgive and forget. For all their crimes, they were Alamegans just like us. None made the decision to side with Garlemald lightly. They had a choice and they chose to betray us. Who among us have not made difficult choices for kith and kin? And do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and a primal. What that got to do with it? Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. Fate of Alamigo rests on my shoulders and yours. And those of every man, woman and child that calls these lands home. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones, we all know the weight of these responsibilities. It was that self-same weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they choose a different, unconscionable path, in the end, we all wanted the same thing. To deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day. Because another day in shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dread are survived by their despair. Despair which threatens to drag us all into an abyss from which there is no escape. Knowing that it surely will if we welcome it into our hearts out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. We Alamegans will not be so easily defeated. We'll stand united and conquer this menace. Every Alamegan who fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. We're free, though. Did you know we're free? Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power over us until it festers and takes us in our beds. And free to lay it bare and let it breathe. To acknowledge and to mourn our people and their best and their worst. And the past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. Five motherfuckers. I'm expecting Robin to be like, alright, sick of your shit. Slap. Veils his cloak. Whole new hand there. Him slaps everyone with it. Far better than any of us could have hoped. You've my gratitude for your part in the proceedings. Both know who the real hero of the day was. That was all Arenvald's idea, and it was his words that finally won over the naysayers. Now that we have a community leaders on our side, we should have a much easier time convincing the rest of the citizenry. Of course, holding the ceremony is by no means our final objective. No matter what we say, some will refuse to attend. It's my hope, however, that it'll serve to provide a measure of closure for us all, to ease the plight of the vulnerable and ostracized. Speaking of which, you'll recall the incident with Fordola and Alagana. The young girl she saved and her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, I have reservations. The valuable opportunity to present the former skull in a more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be. That's before taking her echo into consideration. It's a conversation for another day. Go and get some rest. You've earned it. I certainly did deliver 2 letters, Robin. Thank you very much for your time. A trail of skulls. Oh, hello, Ella. Ah, damn it. Okay, back to Paladin here. Where are we going? Charlian? Charlian. Do a couple more quests and I'll call it there for the evening. This was the first Strand game. Actually, I believe the first Strand game was a game called Nobi something. Honestly, okay. My understanding of the whole Strand game thing, right? The whole idea of the Strand game was to forge connections with, you know, other random people, forge fleeting but meaningful connections with other random people who also happen to be playing the game. And frankly, Dark Souls did it first. Did it better. Sorry, I didn't do it first. Sorry. I don't know what game did it first, actually. But Dark Souls did it better. I felt far more connection to random phantoms whose deaths afforded me insight into what was coming up, or the notes they left, or the invaders and summons that helped me, or even just the occasional one you'd see sitting around the fire. Not that I'm complaining around you, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. But not fighting 2 and building instead? Minecraft? Dark Souls did everything first. Death Stranding is the Dark Souls of Strand type games. Isn't that the same thing? I don't know. I don't really see how... To me, the idea of that in Dark Souls was... I think other games did what I think Death Stranding was trying to do better. That's what I'm trying to say. I think there are a bunch of other games that did those ideas better. Yeah, just in general. And yeah, there's like a game I've seen about. I've seen that I've seen about it, that there is a game like Nobi, or it's like Nobi game. It was a game about like, oh, Nobi Boy. Apparently it was a game where you stretched out or something, and you like stretched and made paths, and then some NPC or something walked those paths, and players worked together to create paths, and eventually together created a path to somewhere for to complete the game. Matthew mentions that might be where I got it from. That might be exactly where I got it from. I didn't like... I shouldn't say I didn't like Death Stranding. I liked what Death Stranding could have been, but I didn't feel like it lived up fully to what I wanted it to be. I feel like I seen it. I got the glimpse of it. I got the glimpse of it in places, but it didn't do it. It didn't do it. It just, yeah, I guess it didn't do it for me. It didn't do it for me. Though I totally wish it did, because I fucking felt it in the few places where I was like, I get it. I fucking get it. I see what the appeal in Death Stranding is, and I actually enjoy some of that calm and solace, especially in the mountains part. That part was actually good. What I did is build a road for your servers for a week. Yeah. Thing is, I don't know. Mine never felt that. I never felt much for my group. I didn't. Anything was better than Metal Gear Solid. I didn't like Metal Gear Solid 5. That was a game that I did not like. I did not like Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean, that's not true. I did not like it. I was just kind of like, eh. I came out of it just being like, eh. That was me in Metal Gear Solid 5. Not to say like explicitly bad, but just eh. But I haven't played a Metal Gear Solid game since 2. I haven't played 3, haven't played 4. Didn't play Peace Walk. I actually haven't played... I've played Metal Gear since I was like... When did Metal Gear Solid 2 come out? Whatever year that came out, I haven't played Metal Gear since then. You didn't see what it did to MUs? I've seen the aftermath, and I've listened to some people go on about it. I've listened to like... I've listened to DRK talk about it, but yeah. It was a thing. I've seen a fraction. I wonder what it was like before that. I guess I never get to know. Not I'm complaining, Roger, but I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtues of thy theories, I did inadvertently awaken in Lopritz a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Carl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I've news to share regarding our study of the TLC, but your findings are certain to be of great interest, so I would rather hear them first. What revelations did Heidelin's Elpis flower lead? Oh, I feel like every time someone asks us to explain something in this expansion, it's been like, wow, let me just fucking talk for 3 hours and blow your fucking minds, because it wasn't just the moon this time. It was like everyone was like DRK. Part of people were. There was thinking it was some kind of a ruse. Then Konami blame started. Then this Dynamis is what drives the final days. It and Akasa are one and the same. This all but proves Nidana's theory. I mean, not really, but we're an entity through sheer force of emotion to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamis of a great expanse. Aetion, or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she's been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe. All for a single purpose, destruction of Aetheris. That our foe is no longer some unknowable calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Meteon. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Meteon, we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Meteon escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Venat, the woman who would become Hydaelyn. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, so we cannot assume that our Hydaelyn and the Venat we met in Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, I'd wager that Hydaelyn possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. Also, when people started getting super cynical about the hype too, I think only like this year people finally started letting it go. How long has MGS5 been out, actually? And that's been like 5 or 6 years, hasn't it? After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. You suppose she's abandoned her pursuit of Meteon? Venat I knew would never give up, but yeah. Gene, that's a long time. That is a fairly long time for people to let it go. Well, I suppose I wasn't there for it. I wasn't a huge MGS fan. Well, because a huge MGS fan. You took a week off and binged it. Ooh. Ooh. Otherwise, that's my impression too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used me as a conduit for her will, or provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Meteon. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. And communicating with Hydaelyn must by necessity come first. You and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though we enlisted the help of Varnvald and the other Echo-blessed allies, we couldn't detect so much as a whisper from Hydaelyn, even from within the antitower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that it's years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Hydaelyn. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for serving the Ethereal Sea, but built closer to home. Different people doing. You were in the some kind of ruse team at first. Then I had a curve. I just said that Koji's a hack. I think so. For me, Kojima's problem, I think, is I don't think he's a hack. I think he does have good ideas and potentially intentions. I just think the scope at which he tries to enact every idea. He needs a wrangler, basically is what I'm saying. He needs someone to wrangle him in and edit him down. Take the good ideas and get rid of the piss. Get rid of all the piss. Oh my god, there's so much piss. Have a good rest stream. Have a good one, Echo. Cheers for hanging, dude. Sorry to interrupt. We just received word from the forum. Your presence is required in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. Then Father was able to persuade them. There's definitely some good piss, but there's too much in that land. There's too much. It's just an ocean, never ending. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. But yeah, I think there's just like, I think it started with, I want to say it started with Metal Gear Solid 4 and MGS5 and Death Stranding. They all just kind of feel like there's just too much shit going on. It's like, take out like a huge chunk of this shit and you'd actually have a great game. I think the Crystal Tower, the first, is capable of such feats as sending one's soul into the distant past. The events you witnessed and helped shape may yet hold the key to forestalling the final days. I'm reminded of our dear friend in the future, Ion Maid, whose selfless efforts saw the 8th Cumul Calamity averted. In this timeline, at least. Too much has been sacrificed for us to abandon Aetherius now. After sending Graha and the Estinian back to Garlemald, I stayed in Locus Aminus for a time. Being an imperial province, it was already in turmoil before the onset of the final days. I couldn't believe the difficulty we had in overseeing the evacuation of the villagers we visited. I faith the detachment we left behind will continue our work and shepherd the people to safety. To what safety can be found in a world coming to an end. Master Matoya has suspected for some time that the Forum has been constructing a new facility for the purpose of surveying the Ethereal Sea. Of course, as a custodian of the Antitower, which would be presumably be rendered obsolete as a result, she has a few things to say about that. Nothing that should be repeated in polite company. After you left for Garlemald, I went to Labyrinthos and tried to reach Heidelin using the Elpis flower. Alas, my attempts were in vain. I can only assume that she spent a vast amount of her power in the confrontation with Von Daniel, who is presently unable to communicate. Indeed, as her presence left my body, I could feel how faint it had grown. Hope you don't mind me staying behind while you attend your big meeting. The Rostra reminds me a bit too much of that supremely scary tribunal in Ishgard. You'll forgive me if I keep my distance. Father has granted us the opportunity we've been waiting for. Though we know not what information, if any, they intend to reveal, there's only one way to find out. To the Rostra. Well, that was a much quicker response than I was expecting. Nice to know our efforts on the Magna Glacies didn't go unnoticed. At first I wasn't sure what to make of Hermes and his motives, but it's like we discussed at the Great Work. When faced with the harsh realities of life, some seek the release of death, others grow defiant. They fight. Either way, it is our right to choose. It was Heidelin's commandment that in the event Odiarch should perish, the Loprits were to deliver the people of Aetherius from harm. Though that be the limit of their duties, they possess knowledge unparalleled of the great expanse and the means of its traversal. Should they be persuaded to assist in our efforts to reach Meteon, we would do well to heed their counsel. Grand. I just think you need to take out just enough for it to still feel meaningful. Yeah, I honestly think if you took the part of Death Stranding where you're going through the mountains and it's harsh as shit, and you're like actually trying to find your route up mountains, and you're completely fucking alone, except for like the few times you see something from another player that really fucking helps you. I think if they just managed to capture that bit, what made that bit great, and just apply it to the rest of the game, it'd have been a lot better game. If you mind the menus, it would make it a fuck ton better. Thankfully, I don't remember most of the fucking menus. Death Stranding has a weird place for me, because I was super depressed when I played Death Stranding. I was like, I was in a bad place when I played it, but I basically got it and sat down and played it as a means of saying to myself, I'm gonna fucking do this. You know, I'm gonna do something. Finish one fucking game, at least just to do something. And I come out of it and I'm like, God, I wish I'd played a different game. I wish I'd done a different game. I don't really. I do like the things I did learn, but God, I wish I didn't have to spend like 40 hours doing it. Yes, he would be lovely. All the friction really added up. Oh, I hated driving. When you're in that kind of mindset, yeah. I need to... I mean, I tend not to play short games when I'm in that kind of mindset. For instance, Final Fantasy XIV. A sign of the Seventh Dawn. Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armament at the door. Lest you forget, the sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. Limits of war are expressly... Ooh. I actually kind of like your... Oh, this is... I know this shirt. I know that this is the... Oh, yeah, this is the Charlian Preceptor's clothing. You can get it in Adilashar. Best recommendation, Cat Lady. I've actually watched the Cat Lady. I don't know how to describe it, but it's cool. I think I've watched a few people play Cat Lady. I think I watched you playing a bit of the Cat Lady as well, Blood. Fontashane. The singular Vieira with no hat. One of the only people without a hat. Man, you going to bed? Have a good one as well.
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter.
Sleep well, dude.
We are here to listen and to learn. But if the Forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends.
Put this on autoplay.
By your leave, of course.
What's the proposal, Alfie?
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence. The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the Seventh Dawn at their request on the Great Exodus.
Oh, I see one other person without a hat that's not a Vieira. Well, I see another person without a hat that's not a Vieira. I wonder if they will speak. They'll probably speak in this cutscene. I'm actually putting my money on it. There's like a lady in one of the middle rows. White hair.
On behalf of the
Fortunal? It's not fortunal.
I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzadhan. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Unfortunately, no.
Then let us begin.
Okay.
First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenon and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzadhan was foremost among these. But since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside,
I got little cakes from a bakery we were at earlier today. Bakery cafe. Have a good one, Pew. Good night, dude.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational and could be launched even today. However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
At this stage, yeah, definitely to give Star Trek's vibes.
You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the anti-tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
Another cake, hang on.
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
It lost a bit of its top bit, but
We would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself. Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration. I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
they're pretty reasonable terms, to be fair.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Fire's better than... unfortunately, the weed continent is currently undergoing a bit of an apocalypse, so not a great place to be right now.
"71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it."
Yeah.
Fortuneau, as the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Get wrecked. Get wrecked, Fortunaut. You're gonna help us save this stupid planet, whether you like it or not. You and your pointy fucking ears.
Call this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
An architect? What's... What about it? Oh my god! Come on! I have to talk to everyone. Well, I very much take issue with the Forum's approach to selecting whom to save and when. They're not wrong for wanting to minimize potential conflicts. Fortunately, if this plan of ours actually works, the Great Exit itself will become entirely unnecessary. I'll admit, bringing up the issues with the Forum and complete arc was more than a little daunting. They were, to their credit, quite open about the current state of affairs. What was even more inspiring, though, was when they took Alphanode up on his offer. I mean, Alphalone's offer was pretty good. It was, we'll help you solve your problem, and we might be able to use your arc for to solve another problem, but also you can tell us to fuck off at basically any time. To your architects who did or knew nothing, you asked one of them to describe Project State. I'd love to hear. Oh. I'm always afraid of being that person that doesn't know, which is why I usually keep my mouth shut when it comes to those kind of conversations. Unless I do truly actually know what I'm talking about. But I will say there is merit in talking. There is something to be learned in talking about something when you're not sure what it is about. Because you can learn better from it, even through exposing your stupidity. More like swindlers. Oh, like if they're doing it just for being shitebags, fuck them. I'm a little vexed that we've yet to learn the Forum's replacement for the Ant Tower. Though I expect that in time they'll share that too with us, and with Master Matoya if they've any sense. The further we pursue the mysteries of the universe, the more I struggle to comprehend the fortuitous nature of time itself. We measure and quantify it based on observations of celestial bodies such as the sun and moon. But from your account, it's unclear whether the ancients viewed time in a similar manner. I mention this because, well, Vana knew of the final days would reoccur at a defined point in the future. She presumably had no way of knowing exactly when. Even so, the completion of the Forum's preparations to escape to the moon aligning so closely with the advent of the final days is surely no coincidence. I don't know. I have a great fear, Blood. I have a great fear that I have always harbored since tutoring students in college, and that is that people think I know what I'm talking about because I sound confident often when I'm talking about something, when in fact I don't know, and they don't know, and they thus don't know better than to correct me on what I'm talking about. To quote one of my students exactly is like, you sound confident, so I'm gonna go with your answer. And I was like, that's a terrible fucking reasoning. Perhaps Familiar Zone were still alive in the traditional sense, that is. He could have afforded to help the vessel attain its necessary speeds. Then again, there's no guarantee his contribution would make enough of a difference to matter. Of late, I've seen no signs of the Lowports. This being their first opportunity to experience the wonders of Charlotte, the potential for misadventure is nigh infinite. Orionjay, are you telling me that there's going to be a side adventure of Lowprit mischief coming up? My affinity for espionage may have earned me the title of Archon, but I was completely unaware of the Forum's plans. There may have been clues here and there, had I been of mind to look for them, but contemplating that possibility only served to further wound my pride. Not that anyone could have realistically surmised what their brilliant stratagem was to build a giant ship, fly to the moon, a still larger vessel in truth, and use that to travel to another star. Even now the whole idea seems positively absurd when spoken out loud. Now let me tell you about time travel. Rest assured, I have every intention of honoring the Forum's decision. Alright. Sorry about not letting the rest of you in on my plan. I was admittedly thinking on my feet for the most part. But since we require both a means of communicating with Hylan and reaching Meteon, in the spur of the moment I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the arc as the way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving their problem of the ether burner. I'd like to think it's not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, or at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how an ether burner actually works before we attempt to improve it, though. How has no one asked Sid Garland so far? Father seems eager to help. Maybe he can educate us about the Aetherburner. Ooh. Trying to talk confident when you're not with clients. There's a reason I don't work business as well. I can't not say things as I believe they are. I couldn't tell a client or anything. I couldn't show false bravado in front of a client or a customer or anything like that, because I would want them to understand what's really happening. And hopefully in doing so, they understand it. But more often than not, I'm sure they'd be, they would be pissed off because, you know, I'd be telling them, hey, yeah, we might just not get, you know, your shit done. Sorry. It's like, not that I'm not working my hardest to do it, but, you know. It's a good quality. Applied well. Applied well, it's a good quality. I have no filter for applying it. I am blanket earnest if I try to be. At least I think I am. Who knows, it might not be. As instructed, I should take you to see the Aetherburner. Meet me outside the Archeon. I trust you can make your own way there. Actually, you know what? So the Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? Is that a tiny... Have they got a tiny otter on their head? Oh man. White Whitfret? That is adorable. Do Lalafels often get things to stand on their head? Because if so, that's pretty fucking adorable. God, are we finally... Hang on. If we're finally going to be able to unlock this area and be able to freely travel, I'm doing this mission and then I'm ending stream. That way I can go and get the ether current softline. Do they intend to carry everything into the Archeon to the moon? They said they started loading scientific records and biological samples, but do they really need all of it? It seems so long ago we first set foot here. Some would surely object to the forum allowing foreign elements to have the run of the sacred facilities. She count ourselves lucky. Get ether guns? Not a hope. If you trust my TL judgment, I think we'd work great together on that project. There's one thing I learned when I was working in Microsoft, and it's not something I ever really experienced before, because I was in college and I never really worked on like things with people. But in my time working in Microsoft, the few times I had to like work on something with someone else, actually working on something with someone else, and them being knowledgeable on the thing, and you also being knowledgeable on the thing, and being able to work together toward a solution on something is honestly fun as shit. Like, it was something I'd never experienced before, but I was like, wow, this is cool. I'm talking stuff, they're understanding it, they're telling me stuff, I'm learning from it, and together we're solving a problem. This is great. I suppose it's the same kind of kick you get out of playing something like organizing like extremes in this, or a good team playing a good team game of League of Legends, or any team game really. It is kind of the same kick of that working together. It turns out humans, crazy idea, humans, social creatures they are hardwired to enjoy working together. Or at least can be hardwired, can get great satisfaction from working together. I imagine some people won't and never will, and there's no much else of it. Note you refused entry. We're now welcomed as guests. Among the many varied documents sent to the moon, I did chance upon several inventories made in the Archeon. Mayhap the Forum believes such records would provide insight into the intricacies of clerical duties. Regardless, the Loperts did not consider them worthy of more than a cursory glance. It's been many moons since I last visited Labyrinthos. As vast as the archives were back then, they've only continued to grow in the days since. That we've been granted permission to enter the lower levels is proof of our increased standing. Would that they'd been willing to confide in us sooner. I do not understand the appeal of reshaping it to look like the world above. Make your peace with what it is, or go outside if that's what you prefer. I don't disagree. I don't agree, but I don't disagree either, Estinian. Our destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum, in its wisdom, has granted you access to the Archeon's lift. Step inside and have Opheline take it to the Mila circuit. Wait, was the Death Stranding, was the oxytocin stuff in Death Stranding like... I honestly kind of thought it was just... I was never sure if it was just bullshit. I know oxytocin is a real thing, but I wasn't sure if how they were talking about it was real. All shoulder pets go on their heads. God damn. That's cute as shit. Fucking lalas. You'll be cuter on Loprits. Oh, it's this song. Okay. But maybe not injecting it instead of us. I've sent your associates ahead to Logisticon Alpha, near the side of Marial Ergonomics. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to... No, never mind. It can wait. Let us attend to matters at hand. Fortunate, do you want to ride... You want to ride my dick? It's okay, you can ask. Do you want to... if you want to simp for this... I mean, we have a whole system set up. It's like, there's so many, and it's fine. I'm used to it. It's okay. Ah, it's this building. Of course. Okay. Simp for what? Simp, the Warrior of Light. Us, our main character. Everyone simps for the Warrior of Light. Xenos is the biggest Warrior of Light simp. Grahatia is a close second. And then basically everyone pretty much just simps a little bit in some way or shape or form. And I'm assuming now Fortunalt is also in the queue for simping for the Warrior of Light. It's only natural, really. What the... Oh, that's my tail. Okay. I thought there was a fucking chicken claw coming out the back of me. Coming out of my sword. Oh my god. Okay. Right. Not to form, even the people working down here are probably kept in the dark about the true purpose of this place. On our journey here, I was filled with an inexplicable sense of elation to see vegetables other than carrots being cultivated. Why hadn't you brought a tear to mine eye? Oh, there you are. Having word with Master Fortunalt by any chance? I wonder what this place is actually for. Further underground we go, the more suspense we find. Fields we passed along the way brought back memories of Ferndale. Fortunately, we never blessed with such abundance of crops. Pretty close to the central circuit, which is where Shalion's greatest secrets are held. If the tomes I perused told the story. Alisei is a good simp. Oh, Alisei is a pretty strong simp. Alfie too as well. Oh. We're to wait here while our father arranges the next lift. Here being Logisticon Alpha, the atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, stimulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, they're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? Actually, yes, Blad. We're basically playing Doki Doki Literature Club. Why? Father brought me here as a child. We've actually had bits where giant faces have popped up on screen and a la jump scares, so yeah, no, that works. Father brought you here as a child? What? And left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with Grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking Father how clouds are made. Clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. I peppered him with questions the entire time. It is all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow nearer to the wonders. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loprits in recreating a similar environment, I've come to view such processes in new light. Hello, Ali. How you doing? And wait, did it not? Hang on. Subterranean Gardens of Labyrinthos, Lunar Prison, Forged Grenade. In Zodiac, the habitation is built for all mankind. Needs the moon surface. Each unique yet undeniably similar. Thank you very much, Ali. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded us the grim fate that awaits the theories, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos in preparation for the Great Exodus, but that is not all. It's also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loports may have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, that is not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. I've arranged for you all to enter Central Circuit. It is there that most of the preparations for the Great Exodus are carried out, the construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subjected to said restrictions and will have free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. How you doing, Ali? I hope you're keeping well. We will prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. I also totally forgot to mention, only Ali's used them there. I made a 4-piece of the buns emote. I literally never thought to mention it. It's not a permanent thing. It's just until I get access to animated emotes. But I'm not getting them as quickly as I'd hoped I would. So you have a 4-piece buns if you so desire. To clear the Forum, the Silent Seven Dawns are permitted to enter the Central Circuit. It's 4 slices. Shit. Dang it. Every time I fuck it up. Every time I lose out. Every time I lose out on the toast buns. Look at that glorious chin. You know, it almost looks like boobs. I was aware of what I was making. To me, I could also just see testicles as well. Without the context, it was like just testicles. Dave 4-piece, wait, how would that work? Oh, yeah. No idea what makes Alphanos so confident we can solve this problem of theirs. Relentless optimism, I presume, a not unwelcome trait in his youth, but less so in a gambler. Let us resolve never to let him set foot in the gold saucer. The temperate environment here is not unlike that of Bestway Burrows. The diverse vegetation doth produce a far more complex bouquet of aromas. A welcome difference indeed, for I have grown weary of the scent of carrots. The sooner we can get a look at the Aether Burner, the sooner we can start working on how to improve it. We do, actually, I did just realize, like, not only just Sid Garland would definitely help with the Aether Burner, also the literal Allegan boy. I imagine the secrets kept here would be of great benefit to mine own research, but I will refrain from indulging my curiosity for the time being. But not forever. Please tell me we're almost there. Is there another underground level we have yet to reach? An even more central circuit, perhaps? Farther down we travel, the more expansive the sky above becomes. Expansive the sky above becomes. Would that the heavens elsewhere could be more so idyllic. You really like. Yeah. This is the central circuit. I'd finally have the chance to communicate directly with Hydaelyn, provided we somehow manage to succeed where Sharlayan's finest engineers have failed. Still, it won't hurt to have a look. No plan. What the fuck? What the shit? Oh. That's forever on the stream now. The Aether Burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokol Dankol, after whom the forge is named. Once the necessary introductions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. Pause for a second. Don't run on the sentence like a madman like you always do, Toasty. This way. West? Sure, I'll give it a lash while we're here. Eventually we'll be able to make a whole anime grill with only emotes. Bobs, creep face, everything. Just need leg. We just need leg emotes now. Legs, arms maybe? Bob's legs. It's pretty much exactly right. Why the thingies? Oh my. Let me talk to everyone again. Well, many of the facilities within essential circuits seem to be visible from the upper levels. The more secretive works must be carried out behind closed doors. I was expecting to scout to a manufactory, but instead I find the village smithy. He hasn't even realized we're here. Perhaps he has realized, but just doesn't care. This is the man we seek. Do not try to startle him. Perhaps you'd like to break the ice. He looks lost in thought, although it seems he's hit something of a stumbling block. Is he talking to himself? That is... For a closely guarded secret, you can see practically everything from outside, even with the magical barrier surrounding it. Surely the Forum hath already petitioned the aid of the Lowports, given their familiarity with such technologies. Are you a mech? That isn't my mount. That is just a mount. I will have a bunch of mounts, but I mostly use mech mount and twirling turtle.
Damn near lost my eyebrows.
Ah, Jesus, lad.
Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Force, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse.
Is the story slow? Your title friend Q times? I have been very slow doing this story. That's me specifically. Though the story is also slow, but you know, not in a bad way.
Not seen you lot down here before.
This is a great AVA. I do like this guy's voice.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now...
Did I lose yet? Almost once. I've been fine since then, though. They almost killed a baby, and I was not happy with that.
As the name ought to tell you, the ether burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the Forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient.
6%? Really?
Usually 6%, you say. But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Lowports?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology. You're trying to drive me mad.
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
Fucking, of course.
You know of it?
Only in the most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamud's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the Northern Empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive calls from Ragnarok-class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up.
Ah! I believe V and Alistair could be of assistance.
Not sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut?
You? The White Raven's ghost? Neil... The White Raven is Neil Van Darnus, isn't it? This sounds like a job for someone else. You want me to go and fetch the Watsits?
That may be for the best, though you doubtless find the task too dull for your liking.
At this stage, yes. The coils are dull as shit.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little, but joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us heavensward. This is Alphino. The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
Can't believe they brought it back to fucking firewood.
The sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-foot expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
That's a good callback.
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Sid and the lads outside the Crystal Tower.
Elegant design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Any road, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Find a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your
Serena is of the steep, right?
glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
What accompanied us in
Then why are we all
Garlemald.
still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking, and I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged.
All tribe, yeah.
Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Little son. Oh, I wonder, will they go for Little Son's axe? Is that going to be the relic, maybe? It is very cool seeing so many pieces that have been put together for 10 years of the game coming together. I'm confident that even the deadliest elegant defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. At this rate, some of them might soon have as many accomplishments to their names as a certain warrior of light. Wait, hang on. Wait. Confident that even the deadliest of elegant defense mechanisms are no match for our allies. Oh, yeah. Okay. Is that a spoiler? Little Son's axe is a Titan weapon. Aye, okay. It's more like the the Ninja Turtles artifacts. Or the Gunhilder weapons. Actually, no, not all of the weapons, just the blade of Gunhilder, I think. I'm actually not sure. Didn't do Bozja. Considering how much of a fuss he made at the time, I don't see why he takes every opportunity to bring it up. It was just firewood. He does bring it up a lot, to be fair. What serendipitous irony that the remnant of the Seven Tumble Calamity would become the key to mankind's salvation. Never more certain have I been the Master Lusan watches over us from the ethereal sea. First to Telofri and now the final days. None can accuse the Ilsabard contingent of backing down from a challenge. Of course, they weren't also committed to cause when we first set out. But after seeing the example set by you, Alphino and the others, the change was palpable. They couldn't help but believe. There are no oaths or contracts binding the members of Ilsabard contingent, and in many ways, even more loosely organized than the Crystal Braves. Nevertheless, I knew none would refuse the call to arms. Truly, we have been blessed with trustworthy and dependable allies. Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. Well, I am all for relying on the power of friendship, but we're now left with the rare luxury of having nothing to do. There must be something that requires our attention. Oh, where'd Fortunalt go? He was here a second ago. It sounds like these are reminded of how famous or infamous Alphinaud has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single link pearl conversation? As we're expecting, rather a lot of visitors in the near future. By best return to the surface and inform the relevant parties. I also have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Oh, and who might that be? That's for me to know, and you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. I just realized I think I might know where Xenos is going to come back. It's going to come back. He's going to come back with the fucking spaceship or something. He's going to be like, ha, I will take down the spaceship. And we're going to be like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
Roommate villain? As these guys?
As commander of the stone torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Tizona's blade, clear the way.
Beer grease and a sun. Yeah, okay. Lolorito?
Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart.
Short Geralt? He's... Wait, is he actually voiced by Geralt? No, he's not. No. No? Wait.
If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ul Namo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
God bless this voice actress trying her best to sound authoritative and queenly, but with the voice she has... Is her design here literally a pawn figure? Oh, it totally fucking is. Meanwhile, in the Black Shroud...
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
This fucking kid, he's a harem hentai character. He's got the haircut. Just sits down. This makes sense. They lack healers.
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk.
So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
Just calling it like I see it, Six. You know it's true.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our deficiencies so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Doing with this generic monk? Excuse me.
I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
See? Hentai character. Hentai harem guy. Integrating is all he can think about.
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Lys is a victim of poor pacing. I loved Lys in Stormblood. I thought she was great. Now Papalimo is a victim of poor pacing, because he was just like, yeah, we just kind of get rid of him now. Boop.
We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... A roar! A dragon's roar!
Tiamat? Or no, it's probably I don't remember his name. Like so many others. I don't remember his name.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid. Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Hi. Jesus. They are literally bringing in everyone. Appreciate you doing all this, but I ain't getting me hopes up just yet. Well, I'm all for relying on the power of friendship, but oh right, so it's the same. I'll be able to fare mankind. OMG. 60, okay. I hope you like this track. I do like. You never realized his second name was Dankole? Is there significance to Dankole? Alphino is resisting the urge to pat himself squarely on the back. Oh, Dank meme. Though our friends are searching for fine adamantite and sacred relics, we'll only know if they meet your requirements once they've arrived. In the meantime, as Rod helps, we might be of service. Oh, you've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, I could use someone who knows a thing or two about elegant technology. Yeah, we got one of those. You there, the lad with the red eyes and matching hair. You seem to know more than the average scholar. Ha! If only Master Kokol knew how right he was. While he and Graha establish a rapport, why don't we help preparations for the Great Exodus? Indeed, that would mean going above and beyond the terms of our arrangement, but I propose this not to curry favour. As confident as I am that we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. There would also be an opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traversing the Great Expanse, and if nothing else, be twiddling our thumbs while we wait for the adamantite. Dank cock, oh man. Could do with some nah, I'm not gonna say it. Ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? You mind lending a hand, and you know, I don't know where to go. Charlie and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholar types busying themselves preparing for the Exodus. That lot need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. Ah shit, this is the bit where we have to go to the place and then do the chores. I should endeavor to provide Master Kokol with whatever information he should require. I'll admit it, without refined adamantite, I ain't got a bleak clue how else I could get up the Archburners performing any better. Not to come up with the goods, we're buggered. I'll have to convey that. I'm pretty sure Carolina will like that turn of phrase, blood. Oh, motherfucker, are we still not even able to get into the center of this area? You know what? I'm gonna call it there for the evening. I'm tired. I'm tired, and I actually have an interview in the morning. Not in the morning, but tomorrow afternoon-ish. And I should probably, if not get to bed early, stop exhausting myself. How's the NASA program? Perilously distraught and about to end as well, Ben. Yeah, I got another interview tomorrow. I will probably be back on tomorrow evening because I still want to do more story. Never ending more story, me please. Give me all your dialogue. I legitimately wonder how many books of writing this game has. Because it is a lot. Cheryl nail it? I don't honestly mind if I do or don't. I mean, no, I do. I do mind. That's not true. That's not true at all. I do mind and I don't mind. Because on one hand, job, money, experience, learning. On the other hand, not the inevitable flood of anxiety and despair I'm going to have to learn to work through. Which is, again, something I do need to learn to work through, but I can still not like doing it, not like to have to do it. I think that's fair. I think it's fair to be a little afraid of that. But yeah, either way, I will, no matter the outcome, I will be both happy and sad, because either way, good. Either are things I will be like, oh, thank God I don't have to do the job, or they'll be, oh, I didn't get the job. Yeah. All right. I'm not gonna exit game. Why would I exit game? That would be insane. I'd be stuck in a queue for days. Let me. You know what? This music can stay. Right. Let's call it there for the evening, folks. Thank you all very much for hanging out this evening. I hope you had a good time. I hope you enjoyed a bit of the walking. A bit of walking here and there. If anyone has anyone they would recommend we raid, please do endeavor to let me know. If not, I will have a look and I'll find someone. I'll find someone, sure. I always do, don't I? Okay, I've got someone. Yeah, let me make sure no one else has a triggered. Oh, triggered tater. Yeah, sure, let's go for it. Boop. Flash. Wait, no. Exclamation mark raid. Exclamation mark shill. If, of course, you enjoy hanging out, be sure to follow and all that jazz. If you want to chat Final Fantasy 14 or Discord is probably the place to be. And also Monster Hunter Rise soon. And also VR Resident Evil 2 Remake. Looks like it's getting closer and closer. So I'm very fucking excited to do that at some point. Hopefully we'll get to do that soon. But otherwise, Twitter, you know, if you just want to see me shitpost, basically. And yeah, otherwise, thank you all very much for hanging out this evening. It's a pleasure, as always. It's nothing. At some point, there's no joy in streaming without you folks here to hang out with. So thank you all very much for being here, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening and night. Drink some water. Would recommend 10 out of 10. And yeah, be kind to yourself and be kind to those around you. And let's go and say hello to Trigger Tato. Bye bye, folks.